camera. Apparently, that's just a normal part of my life now. Now YouTube will be live. I had to pop chat out today and have that separately, but that's fine because Timberborn supports that. Control Windows key T. What a great command. So I can see the timers all over on Twitch. YouTube is done. Twitch is done. Are all of you alive? Are all of you good? Are you all good? Thanks, Titan Roboduck. I'm very proud of my progress. You need more gifts. There will be more being added. One of the subathon goals may, in fact, be that more Chronos gifts will become online. They'll just be a thing. We'll just get it. We'll just get straight into it. Your stomach still hurts, but it's been worse. I did tell you that you shouldn't be drinking gasoline, Arthur. Hello, Sabu. That was indeed, yeah. The whole of OBS has decided it would shit its pants. But hey, we ball. We ball. It's still early. We've still got time. We're still going to do good. And we're still going to get stuck into Timberborn today. What would you like to call... Chat, what would you like to call the settlement? I'm taking names, chat. Go on, give us some suggestions. You're here at the start of the stream. You can, you know, get in there with some recommendations on what we call our I don't see Chrono City. I like that appealing to my my sense of self. There, ladder, cool. We could call it that. Great, Bailey's Empire. Good name, Balthasar. Proud of you. Beaverdelphia. I quite like Beaverdelphia, to be honest. That's quite good. Oh dear. Lizard. Good morning, just about. That's a weird name for a city. No, good morning, Lukewarm. How are you doing? Milton Keynes, how dare you?
To fuck off with that shit.
Right, I'm not even going to insult anyone by trying to pronounce that. Instead, I'm going to play Pot of Greed in see-through. Sabu, are you having a stroke? Oh, see, Titan Robot, I know that's Welsh. It sounds... See, Welsh looks like somebody's had a stroke and fallen on the keyboard. In response, counterspell. In that case, I'm gonna cast Brain Control. Sorry. Mine now, Blade Punner. Why kick a moo cow? Nice. I actually think we could call it Beaverdelphia. Beaverdelphia is a pretty good name. I'm going to go with that one. Well done. Beaverdelphia. It's fucking ridiculous. Absolutely unreasonable, to be honest with you. I like how this river has straight lines in it for us to build around. The beavers have been doing irrigation. We've moved into the former Mayan Empire of beavers. Okay, so we could probably make some canals and flood this area. Let's have a look at what we've got. So we've got... Where is the water in? Water in comes down from up... Is this water in? This is water in. We can probably make some flood basins. Okay, we're going to start off... hang on, I'd like to be able to see the bottom of the game. Thank you. That would be helpful for all of us, I think. So many people with cats walking across the... I think that that's a good way of forming a government, though. Oh, tutorial. I've done the tutorial. Oh, okay. It's going to make me do all of this stuff. Good morning, CS King Baba. How are you? Sorry about those technical issues there, chat. But you know how it is. Sometimes the streamer, you know, does good, and then sometimes I'm the streamer. So we start off with... We're going to need some paths. If I recall, okay, so the first thing I want to get people started on is the inventors. It's like one of the most important things that we have and need. Who are those? We need drinking water. Drinking water goes here. We then will put down a storage. We will need to store some water for them to drink from. That can go next to it. We will need to gather berries, which is going to be food. Gather a flag. We will also need to gather wood. Lumberjack flag. I'm going to get 2 of those. We will need storage for those. So we will need a large pile for... the wood. And we'll take a medium warehouse for... for that. So that can be used to store berries. This can be used to store logs. And then we're also going to need to make the lodges. Now, in the short term, we'll make a few of them, but I don't want to store... I don't want to have enough lodges that long term everyone is living in the shit ones. Because they're kind of awful. If I do 1, 2, 3, make a path around the edge of the water, we can utilize that flat pad on top. I will actually make one more lodge other than the one that just supports what we've currently got, purely because that means that we can do this. I don't want to block that off. Although I could put stairs up there. Except rather than stairs, we now have ladders. Nice. Okay, we'll just press play for now. That's enough to get started, right? Is this basically Anno but beavers? Yes, Kvasir. Yeah, it's a city builder like SimCity, like City Skylines, like many of those, but it's beavers. And rather than controlling, Anno where you've got trade, etc., you've got waterways, and this has like hugely done water physics. So all of the water physics is controllable. The whole game is built around droughts and floods and the cycles, and you can basically manage or not manage your resources accordingly. I think this is designed genuinely that you can at one point make a huge dam across here and this stretch here to create a very, very powerful water flow. Like if we could segment off this inflow here and this, we could create a huge basin of water, which would basically mean that we're constantly able to maintain water supplies, which would be very, very useful. Nothing to do in range. That's because we need to mark you to cut trees in range. We've got a small amount of food supply from those berries. This will probably be the highest priority item. We want to get science rolling fast. Be closer to a reservoir? Yeah, pretty much. Okay, I can see a number of you are redeeming the name uses. Let me grab that. Thank you, Twitch. I have this. We have this from yesterday, so I have a few of you. These, I'm going to refund some of yours because it's 4 there. Diesel, oh my god, there's so many of you in here. I'm impressed. Okay, let's start renaming our citizens. The Great Goddess Freya. We have Old Man Tony. We have Diesel. We're gonna have Diesel the first. I feel like Diesel's gonna have a lineage. We have Coolio Doom. Not Coolio Dome, although, you know, kind of neat. Sindri. These are our OG settlers. This is our, you know, our original generation. Setting up for the future. Watch out G18. Let's do that. Let's do Cinders. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Complete. The cheesy. Or the cheesil. Sometimes doing this, I realize I get community members' names wrong a lot more than I thought I did. My apologies. Pan Meowgi. We got Gundorf. We have got Sally and Knits. And we have Blade Punner in this batch. You're alive again. Yeah, I'm alive again. What's that from? That is from The Emperor's New Groove. Yeah, I'm a llama again. That's a great film. Genuinely, very much enjoy that one. Construction lacks materials, not for long. Not once they start devastating the local supply of wood. Hello, G. How are you doing? It's great to see you. Chili? Demon Llama. I'm sorry, you've thrown off the Emperor's groove. Hello, Keo. How are you doing? Good to see you this morning. He's beavering. We are indeed beavering away. Look. We need a beaver inventor. That's what we need most. That's what I want to prioritize. Because then we can start making science, and beaver science is powerful. There we go. We get a builder. Someone, come on, build it today. No. Ah. It looks like you're all sleeping outside tonight. Unlucky. Up to 18 hours of work a day. I am indeed still playing with the beavers. Yep. Yep. Exactly. Timberborn is that way. There you go. They've started building everything else now. So there we go. Warchild G is indeed beavering away. Inventing. Giving us good science. We need more science. This is a good start. Making our second science here. Wood. Place lumberjack flags. Done. Build water pump. It's being built. Being built. Wood science. Exactly. Look, now we've got double wood science. Gundorf and Warchild G are having invention offs to see who is the better inventor. Currently, it's Warchild G. 97% productive. Only 92% Gundorf. Gundorf, you can produce harder than that. I believe in you, Gundorf. You know, I'm something of a beaver scientist myself. I think we're currently limited by the wood supply. I think that's actually what's causing the issues. Because I've learned that we can get things like suspension bridges, which are great. A suspension bridge that can go on either side of this should mean that we can go... Oh, is it Shift G for... Yeah, there we go. I can now see a grid. Look at this for planning when I need a grid. So with a suspension bridge, a 1x1, we can actually build a suspension bridge on both sides of this and actually cross this gap. There we go. With 2 farmhouses. The farmhouses can be grow. That means we can grow a bunch of crops. One of them needs to grow potatoes. I've decided I want to grow potatoes. Okay, this is our early game setup. What we're going to do is we're going to expand most of our production stuff across these waters so we can separate onto these 4 squares. This area is going to get used for resource extraction and storage, etc. Clever. Harga Basin is doing the give you a password again. I hope it's not doing it every single time. That would be frustrating. These guys need logs. It's okay. No one needs homes. Oh, there you go. We've only made 1 house. Good job, us. We've done great. You need to get back into the groove. It's okay, Gundorf. You're now at 99% productivity. But our war charge is at 100%. Oh, that's tough. You're getting there. You're about 50% of the way there. If you were just 1% more productive, that would be enough. You didn't have it at all earlier? What? Didn't have what at all earlier? Vassar, sorry. Let me have a look at your messages. Oh, the password for Haga? Interesting. It could be... Oh, who knows what it could be. June's been a little bit spotty at times recently for me when I've been in and out of Haga Basin. Like, there's some lag spikes that seem to be whenever I get to and from my base. That lag spike is really quite bad. I'm not sure what's going on with it, but... Chat, the first ads of the day will be here in about 20 seconds. As many of you will hopefully know, I pause for ads, I get up and do my stretches, I need to go and look after myself from my physio perspective. So while I'm doing that, please make sure that you get up, get yourself a drink of water, look after yourself, you know, unscrungle your spine, you know, do all those normal bits of self-care things that you need to do. So make sure you look after yourself. I'll look after myself, and we'll work it, you know, make a good deal, you know. I will be back after those ads, obviously. Not just gonna disappear for the entire stream, but I'll be gone for about 2.5 minutes. So please do bear with. I appreciate you guys greatly, and it's important to look after yourself. So that's why we do the self-care here. Also because I'm slightly scared of my physiotherapist, and we won't go any further into that. I hope that you all unscrungle thine selves, and I also think that Twitch needs to start those ads soon. Which there's free advertisement slots. You could be advertising right now and you're not. What are you doing? Summon the beavers. Do I know if there's a way to redeem channel point rewards via chat commands? What do you mean? I don't believe so. You've been resisting buying Crimson Desert? It comes out tomorrow. It's looking really good. I'm very excited for it. I want to play that tomorrow, and I will be right back. Hello, everybody. How are we doing? Good to see you all. Just streaking through chat, Sindri. Oh, please, I'll avert my eyes. Hope you're all doing good out there. Lovely seeing so many of you. I see a lot of people excited for Crimson Desert. Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be really promising. I'll likely play it on, well, potentially as part of the subathon on Friday. I don't necessarily know what everyone's wanting to see for that, but there's a lot of options. We're at 140 science already, so we are doing well. We will still need to make a couple of other bits of storage here. I do 1, 2. I do roads that go through this. This one can... this one here can store carrots. This one here can store potatoes. This one can store cooked potatoes. I think the first thing I want to unlock is ladders, potentially. Stairs are cheap, but ladders are needed. Well, they still use planks, I guess. They're basically a platform and stairs had a baby. Hello, Caraday. We are doing very, very well. Thank you. How are you? Yeah, they just need to let the games cook. If a game needs time to cook, it needs time to cook. I was lucky enough to get my hands on playing Crimson Desert like a year and a half ago at TwitchCon San Diego, and even then the game felt pretty damn good. So, yeah, I think it's looking very good. It's looking very promising. So the water flows down this way off of this tributary. Oh, that's because there's a whole source there. That's not going to be that good when it comes to dealing with bad tides. I feel like we might want to block this off if we need to. I feel at some point, once we get to the landscape part, we're going to want to be able to dam that off. Well, that goes down deeper. Wait, how... why is that such a deep square? Okay, weird, but fine. I guess we can make this a lot deeper if we needed to. You ate a clown for breakfast and it tasted funny. Yeah, you're not meant to eat clowns. That's not a good idea. Yeah, it is basically scaffolding. Yeah, that's pretty much a good way of putting it. Those are basically scaffolding ladders that are put in by that mod. Yeah, the one that Spook recommended. Stops soil contamination from spreading beneath it. To make dynamite in the... We just got into making explosives on our last one, so now we know what to do a bit more. We know roughly how to progress with that. We can run at faster speed and kind of manage the game better. Okay, we are very nearly at ladders. Ladders is the next thing I want to unlock. 250. We unlock ladders early on. That'll make a massive difference for us. Be huge. No longer will we need to use the foolish and unnecessary stairs. Who wants stairs when you can use a ladder? You have to diversify your nutrition. Only glue is not healthy. Yeah, you need to make sure it's not just glue. Glue only is a problem. Definitely. You don't want to be sticking on only glue. Farmers do not start working until you tell them what and where to plant. Use the plant crops tool to designate a carrot field. Oh, I haven't planted enough carrots. Okay. I'll have to expand the crop field. Working hours we've done. Storage we've done. Science I've done. We'll need to make more small water tanks. $243, we're nearly there, chat. Only glues are the best, they know what's up. OGs, is that what OGs means? I'm obviously, down with the kids enough to know what OGs is, but not necessarily that it stands for only glues. That makes sense. Ladders unlock, yes. I mean, it does use planks, and we can't make planks yet, but that doesn't seem relevant. Now we can access on top of this. Neat. At some point, I'll also want to get platforms, but that's kind of easier. Is this similar to Whiskerwood? Yeah, I would say so, Ninja Fatman. Yeah, this is very similar to Whiskerwood. I've not actually played Whiskerwood, but I've heard that it's a city builder where you control cats and you manage the cats, etc., which just sounds great, right? Just neat. So water into that, water into that. Go water in there. We've got farmers. Whisker, would you avoid water and here it's an important resource to manage? Yeah, that's probably the main difference. The water management part is one of the really interesting parts of the game I personally quite enjoy. I feel like we could make a bunch of districts and then have them cross. This could be like one district up here, 2, 3, 4. What do we need to make a district? We can do that in advance. It doesn't actually require any resources. If I just start... Hang on, hold up. If I'm right... If I repeat this setup here with all 4, I'm basically running 4 settlements at once. And that's the better way of doing it. I just need to make sure I slowly trickle settlers into each one of them. Like when this gets to, say, like 20, I actually separate it. I take 10 and move them into the next one and start another one. Then I do the same thing again. The Ninja Fatman, thank you very much for the 5 gift subs to Whimsy Hobbit, Strider7, Taco Fart, Mashes Sandwalker, and Bullet. It's really kind of you, buddy. Thank you so much. You are a legend. You sunk like 500 hours into Whiskerwood, so if you can get something out of Timberborn, you'd be very happy. I'll be honest with you, I very much reckon you can get that number of hours out of this. But thank you so much for those gift subs, dude. I really appreciate you, and I'm more than happy to be able to answer your question, bud. That's really, really awesome of you. Thank you very much. But so the reason I want to do that is managing the long paths all the way to the far ends of here is going to be really annoying. Whereas if I can just do it this way, this will be kind of easier to manage it. Freya, was there a June patch today? Like, has this happened off the back of a patch, or is this just it's just started up out of the blue? Will you name the newborns? I will, yes. I will do. Yeah. We've got Mr. Slappy. And we've got Fujikawa. There are mods. Oh yeah, there are mods on the Steam Workshop. Yeah. Yeah, I've got a couple of these. There was a PTC patch. I remember seeing one for the main game. Okay. We'll keep an eye on it. If I can pass the message on. Weird that it would just start up. Are people seeing it on the public servers as well? Or is it just one-sided? It's one person only. Freya, maybe do a verify integrity of your game files. I can't take this song seriously because of the film Easy A. It's a curse. It's gonna plague me. Anyway. It's just such an iconic film. Like, Emma Stone does a great job in that, to be honest with you. It's real good. Okay, well, I don't have to do this forever. I could actually just delete this for now. Maybe you're right. Some of these are quite close. Like that one there. Maybe in the far corner I might need one. Like from here to all the way over here is going to be a lot. Hello. Hi. Oh, sweet little baby. Have you been outside? Yeah? It's the real streamer chat. He's here. Hey. What a good boy. Hi. Who's a good kitten? Were you shouting at the council because they were around cutting all of the hedges and grass verges and street sweeping and stuff? Is that what it was? Ominous Hermit, the knight's sleeping. He's sleeping. That's the Night Tower. Did I know the video on the June Awakening page is me playing the game? I do know that Tomek asked me for a 2-hour segment of the stream a couple of weeks ago. I didn't know that it was up live right now. That's really weird. It's a really weird thought. I need to cut some more of those up, actually. I need to cut streams into 2-hour segments and take out the opening, like the 15-minute starting now screen. Just take like 2-hour segments and then send them all over for them. But yeah, that's, I did know that was a thing, but kind of wild. Yeah, that's, imposter. I think Bailey's gone for a snack. Yeah, I can just see a tail poking out of where his food bowl is. It's not affecting you and Bonnie, so if it is happening, it's not affecting everyone. It might be a client-sided issue. It might need a verify integrity. I think if I take this one and I just move it somewhere like down here, I feel like this area down here would be a good place for a district. This one can manage kind of this area. Yeah, this district will basically manage all of here as a rectangle quite well, probably up to here. It won't be able to reach down here as easily. So I reckon if I put another district in somewhere like down here, we can probably start working down here eventually. What mods do I recommend? We've got 5 mods on. Can I see it here? Let me see. I've only got 5 mods on. And they're like, you can play this game completely vanilla without mods. They're just quite cool if you want some. Oh, he's a branch ambassador. Oh no. These are the mods. So I've got grid, which shows me that grid that you could see. Ladders, which give me ladders. Pump storage tweaks if we want to change what storage does, and pumped tank so that when we're later in the game, we don't need to get a hauler to carry liquid from a pump into a tank. You can pump it into a tank because you're using a pump. That's how pumps work when it comes to water physics. So that's how we're doing that. And then Harmony is a mod supporting system. Use the duplicate and copy settings tools to quickly create identical buildings. And do that. There is a whole mod settings base in this, yeah. And load. Can you load a mod into an existing save game? Maybe. I don't know for certain. Possibly, but also possibly not. We've got 86 science. We need a little bit more than that to get the bridges that I want to make. 150 to make the bridge that will let us cross that. We're getting there. Fast forward. I think plank infrastructure we will make over here as well. Oh, that's... yeah, that feels fine. That doesn't feel like a problem to do at all. Oh, yeah. Also, mark all of this as tree cutting spot. Cut down all of these trees. We'll build some foresters over here. That's what we'll do. This will become the wood production area. We can utilize this fast-running river down here to run water wheels. Particularly, I mean, look at... if we run a water wheel here, we'd be making a lot of power. When will be the Dark Tiding? The new day came out yesterday, Beyond the Hive. I haven't played Dark Tide since launch. It's not a game that for some reason felt right to me. I think at the time when I started playing it, I was suffering from some stutters in the game, which really threw off like how much I enjoyed it. So it's not actually a game I've followed really that closely and tightly. I wasn't planning really on playing it in great detail. It's something that a lot of people want. This is a custom one. This is from the workshop. It's one that someone recommended to me. Apparently, it's quite good for the early game start, having the channels through, and then you can kind of go from there, and it gets much more difficult as you start dealing with, like, down here. Or settling the highlands and really getting into water mechanics and the bad water sources, like building up to here to do explosive stuff. I will hydrate. Thank you very much, Taffine. Sometimes I feel a bit like I'm a Sims character. Thinking about subathon stuff has really made me feel like I'm a Sims character. Game has changed a lot and works better now. Yeah, I just think that those issues at launch for me meant that I didn't engage with it in the same way as I have other 40k games. It's kind of a bit sad. The other one I want to do is I do want to go back and do much more Space Marine 2. I think I'm going to mod it. I realized what I don't like about Space Marine 2 and why it upsets me when I play it. I don't like the feel of it. I've found out what that is. It's because... sorry, let me hydrate. So, in the 40k universe, Space Marines are quick. They are real fast. They are really... They are so fast, they evoke something inside the lore is called post-human dread. Post-human dread is basically when a normal, full-blood human encounters Space Marines or sees them, they are so different from humans while still knowing that they are humanoid that they give you a sense of fear and unease. Like, that is how different a Space Marine actually is from a human. In Space Marine 2, the Space Marines walk around like they're in a full suit of armor. They're big and slow and clunky. They are not the practice agility that they would actually need to be to fight Tyranids. I understand why, but because in for game balance, that makes sense. But in terms of like when you are walking around on the ship, or even when you're walking around in the level, the character doesn't feel as responsive as you want it to be, or as responsive as it can be during combat. So when you're in combat, the game speeds up, but when you're not, it seems to slow down and it doesn't meet, and you just feel, yeah, Uncanny Valley is a really good way of putting it. That's a really good way of putting it, Morianta. Yeah, I feel like there's a dissonance between what I'm expecting the game to feel like and how it does feel while I'm playing it, and I've struggled with that since launch. I managed to kind of get by when the game was new and fresh, but it's what stopped me from really sticking with the game, and I realized it a couple of weeks back. I have heard that Space Marine 2 has a bunch of mods that you can do. Some of them sound very, very fun, I'll be honest. So that might be something that I look at doing instead. If people are interested, we could do some modded Space Marine 2 and then play with the community. The mods would mostly be they would only ever be things like kind of speed, or maybe we do something ridiculous like the 6-person mission, so we could just go and absolutely slaughter things. But you want Terminator armor? Terminator armor would be very, very cool. But you basically want, like, Gravis armor isn't that far off of Terminator armor. I'll be real with you. It's, they don't really give you that much extra for Gravis. It's not really a thing. Okay, we've got our first drought coming in 3 days. That's not going to be ideal because we've not got our water supply sorted, so let's really finish making these suspension bridges. I'm actually pretty proud of these. We've got 3 unemployed. That means that they will, as soon as these are made, these lumberjack facilities will go into production, creating more logs and basically solve our backfill problem. It's just the access to the wood that we had here it's just too far away, so they're just doing too much traveling in order to get a hold of it. Oh wait, now they can't even get a hold of it, so do we actually have enough logs to finish that project? No. If I go to here... They can't get many trees, but it's enough that they can at least get these ones, which is enough to make these, which is enough to get access. I think these guys need planks. God damn it. They also need planks. Okay, never mind. We need to give these guys a bit better access. I did say yesterday, I did say, actually, in the ping, I'm fairly sure I said I would still make plenty of mistakes today, and I'm glad that I'm meeting that, you know, I'm meeting expectations. Hello, John O'Clock, how are you today? Good to see you. Aren't some Space Marines even supposed to be able to run at Mach 2? Yes. Well, I don't think it's ever given to you as distinctly as Mach 2. If it does give it to you that strongly, then I don't remember it. But Space Marines are meant to be impossibly quick. And they just don't feel like that inside of the game. And that does make me a little sad. Fine, we are going to need to create planks. It's just happening. It's happening. Fine. Fine, at least these guys can now harvest more of it. Fine. I was over-engineered. I placed the power wheel the wrong way. I did. I was just seeing if you were paying attention. That's what it was. Someone's probably made a speed up mod. I think they must do. Yeah, Space Marine can travel at 80 to 100 kilometers an hour for short bursts. Exactly. You don't feel like that in the game, and that's what I think is wrong. I don't think you should be able to move that fast. I just think that being able to move at like 30 or 40 miles an hour would make a lot more sense than being able to move at like 10 miles an hour. Because half the time it feels like you're kind of chugging your way through like custard, which isn't the right feeling for a Space Marine in full armor going through. Like, that's not really how that one works. Okay, well, we've got enough water saved up that hopefully this one-day drought is just going to be tolerable. We'll see what happens on fast forward speed. Hopefully these guys will make this stuff now. Now we're finally gathering enough logs to actually make stuff, which is good. I think I always underestimate the pace at which you need logs early game, and actually I need to make way, way more of these lumberjack huts than I think I do. Each time. Aha, planks. Yes. Pretty sure Space Marines don't have balls? Fine. We'll find someone else's, I guess, and steal theirs instead. That's the Space Marine way. We'll go on a crusade. Done. There must be a way that you can get a water flow into here. I'm wondering if bringing a branch of this once we've got dynamite would work. If we could send like an expeditionary around to dam down here, we could keep this water in really well. Aren't there pumps? There are, yeah. I'm not sure how pumping water onto land works, actually. Pumps water up one side and discharge them on the other. We still need to make a reservoir. We still need to make a dip, so we're still going to need explosives. Otherwise, the water's just going to get wasted onto the land. I don't know if there's a way to irrigate the water. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be one. I'm basically going to use these guys to decimate most of the tree life on the island, and then I'm just going to pull them away when there's only this segment left. I'll then get them to move here, and basically all the wood production will be done on this island here, and I'll utilize here for it. Ah, that's the ladder. Platforms, 100. We can unlock platforms. This is good. Now we can start building upwards. You could use levees and make a hole to put water, and then use the fluid pumps to put the water in there. Oh, that's true. You use the levees to make a reservoir. That's true. It's a very good idea, Outlaw, yeah. Bit of a bugger to get the water up there, but very doable. Three by 3 makes the most area green. That's good to know. Thank you, Outlaw. This is all the in-game tips that I really appreciate from the community, because they really help with it. You get the movement is too slow, but you like the movement in itself. Is that the place where you're just skipping through the game? I just don't know. It doesn't feel right. Right. What do we need to unlock the best lodges again? It was 250. Okay, we're not too far off of that. That's 2 by 2 with entrance on the top. Six beavers in 8 squares, 9 beavers in 12 squares. Much of a muchness, really. They're exactly the same size efficiency, those two. I think the double lodge is actually more efficient per beaver. 20 wood for 6. 35 for 9. It should be 30 wood. I'm tempted to only run double lodges. Am I on crack? Is this mad of me to do? But I feel like I could make this work by only running the double lodge. One. Am I imagining this? This doesn't seem very efficient. Like, the double lodge just seems to be more efficient. Yeah. Good morning, Troytech. How are you? How do you stack lodges? There's a lodge here. You can just put a lodge on top of a lodge, but there's one called the double lodge alongside it down here, or the triple lodge, which is 2 floors but bigger, and they have an entrance on the top floor. So we worked out yesterday that actually you can do this. This is entirely legitimate. The top floor is just now there. The lower floor is in the water, but it works like a basement. It's safe from it. So I could do this, for example. Apparently not that one, but that's because there's a dip. So we could actually block all of this water off and just keep it in there with this, if we really wanted to. The trade-off is build time. That would make sense, I guess. It just seems wild. This is less research, less, like, the same space per beaver, and less wood per beaver. You had some bad acid reflux because your food was too liquid. I'm sorry to hear that. Get rid of that platform, make that platform instead into a ladder. I just think it's kind of neat. Make these in. They need planks, so it's kind of annoying to make, but wait, what's... Oh, you've got chipped teeth. Well-being. Teeth grindstone. And decoration. The triple lodge makes it easier to get the aesthetics bonus if you're applying into sleeping buildings. Okay, fair enough. I think early on I want to focus on having these double ones so I can get rid of these low-lying ones that are in the way. If I can move everyone into the double lodges and then out of these, that will be good. I just need to get these finished off. There we go. Now you're grinding your teeth. Hello, my Beaver Time Jamboree is going well. Thank you, Zephyron. Very, very kind of you. Let me go through and do some of the new younglings. Make sure we, Got one here. We've got Unix. We have Honoris. And we have Titan Roboduck. There we go. The next batch is all done. Remember that you can redeem that at any time today. I've lifted all of the requirements. Diesel, you've got so many in there. We'll have to make a generational line of diesels. You saw that one had died. Better make sure there's some more names in the list. There's definitely names in the list. Sindri unfortunately died of old age. It's very sad. So did the great goddess Freya. It's a shame. We'll have to find some more. Their names will live on. This needs to be built. Okay, there we go. So we've nearly got a bunch of our beavers moved out of the original area. It's nice. I think we can probably move our wood production soon. We may also need a hauler's house at some point as well. 8 vacancies. Yeah, we need more beavers. That's what we need. We need our beavers to get banging. Demolish. Demolish. You've got 2 and 1. Get rid of one of you from there. You're making signs too. Science is good. Just focusing on making signs to make signs, wooden planks, just to make our buildings all work. Oh, chat, the ads are here. Grab yourself some water. Grab yourself a de-scrungling, and I will be right back. Welcome back after the ads, everyone. Hope you've been enjoying the nice chill Jungle Book theme. What a banging soundtrack. Not, however, the best Disney soundtrack in my opinion. I do have to say that I think for me, the best Disney soundtrack is always going to be Tarzan. I think that Phil Collins had no business going as hard as he did, but I'm still pleased that he did. Wild. Lion King was good, but Tarzan went ridiculously hard as a soundtrack, like unnecessarily. But Hercules also very good. I will give you that. Yep. Oh, drought's coming. Nice. This isn't going too well, to be honest, so far. I'm not the most happy with what I've done here. But we'll make it work. I'll be fine once I've made these work. The 90s had some banger animated movie soundtracks? It did. I agree. I agree with that. Aladdin also good. I mean, Phil Collins in Tarzan, like, he recorded the entirety of the soundtrack in multiple different languages. Like, wild. I need more beavers. We need to do some more names. Give me a second to do these. Let's go. Do Lanthrim Ladial. Who else? Royal Icing. Axel Rankin. And Cinder's Cinder's 2. Cinder's the second. Good timing there. Because Cinder's is still here. Anastasia, Special Place in Your Heart. That is actually a very good film. I still don't think it beats Tarzan. I just don't think it goes as hard as Phil Collins does. Okay, that frees up a lot of space for us to do things here. Nice, we like that. Tarzan, tree surfing superiority. It's just Phil Collins. The sheer power of Collins allowed him to be propelled through the trees. I'm hoping they'll build a dam there. And then actually send someone down here to build a dam from here. Treasure Planet? Treasure Planet has I'm Still Here, which is an absolutely unreasonably good song. Okay, we're about to enter a drought, so it's time for me to relocate where we create our planks. If I do a lumber mill, I do this more intelligently this time. I can do a power wheel, and on one side will be the access, and it'll go straight into this. It'll save me resources. This way, it'll minimize the amount of hauling that's actually needed for all of this. We can then put one of these large piles here for now. This can be used to store planks. This can be deleted because we're not storing planks there, and it frees up even more space on our home island. Treasure Planet remains to stay one of my favorite animated movies. Treasure Planet is probably my favorite Disney film. I think I've said this before. Treasure Planet is my favorite Disney film. I think last time I thought about them all. Oh, Atlantis was very good. Yeah. Favorite animated film probably goes to The Road to El Dorado. I'm going to be honest, the Road to El Dorado is also very, very good. Both is good. One of my favorite gifts to this day. Still use that all the time. The Black Cauldron makes all those Disney films. The Black Cauldron is a very, very good film. It's not really that done, I think, anymore. I don't see a lot of the Black Cauldron around. Not a lot of people recommend it, honestly. Here we go. Now we can create planks. Now we're planking, chat. You're going to have to tell me so Grave with the Fireflies is a damn good movie. I'm not going to hate you for saying it. It is a damn good movie. Any movie that can move you the way that Grave with the Fireflies does is a great film. I completely agree with you. I think you're right. Yeah, there we go. We're finally getting some new beavers. Great. We're finally growing the population again. Good job. We've got Tanya Martiana. We've got Jarhite. Hilt. Sorry, I think I've always called you Jarhite rather than Jarhilt. It's quite difficult to see that L. I thought it was another I for some reason. My absolute apologies. And then Bass Dave, or Bass Dave if he's in his fishing mode. It's very difficult to know with the word bass/bass. It could be either, and it's always a guess. Oh yeah, don't watch Grave of the Fireflies if you're having an emotionally turbulent time. Like, you need to be ready to watch Grave of the Fireflies. Let me do this. Let's go wood. We are going to unlock... Oh, we've already unlocked the forester. Okay, because this is... We need to make sure that our production is stable when it comes to wood. This is all birch, so it's all 7-day growth for 1 wood. I think we can do better than that. I think that we can go towards something like 30 days for 8 is too much. Maple's too high. Pine probably works. 12 days for 2 wood is probably manageable with the number of trees that we've got here. This can all stay and be used. Good morning, Uncommoner. How are you? One thing you're probing for is you've yet to watch Takopi's Original Sin. Okay. What have I been watching? I started watching the second season of One Piece on Monday, I think it was. I've been told off for sequence breaking. It wants me to make normal lodges, and the answer is no, I will not. I refuse. I'm using double lodges only. Wait, hang on. Why am I building these? This is a waste of planks. A strategic resource that we don't need to spend on. That's not needed right now. What I can do instead is make another set of housing blocks. If this access system works, which it really does, then we can just use. I can just reuse that as a system. Remove this tree at once. It is in my way. It's throwing off my groove. I'm sorry, tree, but you've thrown off the Emperor's groove. So we do that. We make these platforms. The live action One Piece is very good for making new live action. I'll be honest with you, like, my issue with One Piece is there's just too much of it. I'm gonna be honest with you, it's too much series for me to catch up on. I don't want to watch through all of the anime. I know there's a bunch of filler in there. I just don't have that in me. So the live action kind of works. A few episodes at a time. I can do an hour here, an hour there. It's made nice and basic for my simple and smooth aerodynamic brain. What more can I ask for? Before you ask, I know that I have a smooth and aerodynamic brain. I'm a streamer. That's how that works. I could watch, yeah, I could, but I could also watch the live action, which I know has been made for smooth brain streamer. I enjoy. I don't have to pay too much attention to it. I can understand some of the basics. I understand they all have ridiculously named powers that come from things like the slip fruit, which is, I'm gonna be honest, it just feels like lazy naming. I'm gonna be really simple, like, the slip fruit, you know what it does? It makes you slip. Like, nice and simple. It's very simple and easy. The brains have shorter routing, exactly. That's how that goes. You recommend Apothecary Diaries? I've also been watching Campfire Cooking, is the anime series I'm currently working through. Which is very fun. I like that. It's got some great characters in it. I do enjoy that. That's very, very good. That was Curly recommended me that, a good friend of mine. Oh look, we've had a new crop of beavers being born. Dorligax? No, that's the Great Goddess Freya 2. Freya the second, there we go. Then we've got Lilithian. I think we've got Diesel 2. Well, actually, I think this might be Diesel 3. One, two. Diesel, that's quite a few. I'm gonna start, if you've got like a couple in the queue, I'm gonna leave you at the top of the queue and then just do them occasionally, so you don't have all of them all called Diesel all at once. So I see that you've got like 5 queued up, but if you want to queue up more, I'll just add you in. I'll scroll down the list and grab them. How about that, chat? Does that work for you guys if you want to keep redeeming them? How much would your name be in bits? In bits, You can have it for 50 bits, John. If you want to do 50 bits, so be it. There's no real price on that. To be honest, like 10 bits if you really wanted it. I don't. QB thank you. I'll add you into the list, don't worry. I can see that. Nice, it's updating properly. This is about me. We basically need to get planks flowing better. Water flow here is not great, but water flow here is much better. I'm not really sure what I'm doing. I normally narrate what I'm doing to chat, but I'm just kind of messing around with the road structure now and thinking in 3D. That means I can get in and out of the river, which is quite good as well. Means that obviously needs to be accessed, and I think about what I want to put on this side of the river now. Twitch extension with auto naming would be nice. That would be very nice. Yes, if someone could summon me a Twitch auto naming extension, that would be great. I feel like I need to get some kind of power production in the water here, because this is the only real place where we're actually getting a huge amount of like water flow, which is going to work. I think I need to make a storage pile here. Then if I make a wood lumber mill and I make it here, you can do it like this. And this can be used to store logs, which frees up the space for all of these. And I mean, we'll have a water-based plank system so that we can actually produce longer without having to require 2 people. I can then basically replace what I can move 1 person somewhere else and actually start being a bit more efficient with my production. How's it managed right now? Redeem as a sub-action attached to the... which adds name to the queue stream bot. No, right now it gets added to a Twitch redeem. I read the redeem. I type it in when I'm looking for beavers who need names. So I would pause the game. I would go to this list. I look at the beavers which are unnamed, and I'm like, oh, yes, we could do Wahona. And Troitech. For example. And then I would just go into here and tick them both off. It's that simple. And then you get to be in the game. Telling the story of the settlement. Thank you, John. I will put I'll put your name in several times. Several Johns. You're going to get a lot of... You're going to use a good chat. Thank you, John. Chat is indeed good. I'm not thinking with portals. I'm trying to think with hydrodynamics, and it's not really working. I'm going to be honest with you. That's not really going my way. You get to be in-game for now. Unfortunately, our beavers aren't living that long. I should probably do something to work on their, like, well-being, but that seems like a lot of work. I guess if I put a ladder on top of each of these, I could also put shrubs on them. Or I could use them for, like, I could put, like, a rooftop terrace on this. This is actually quite a nice pad that I could do, for example, well-being. Campfire has to be on the ground, so it could go on this side. I think, actually, if I'm thinking correctly... No. What are we doing? Well-being, rooftop terraces. Yeah, I could put a rooftop terrace on each of these and then have plenty of space left over. Would be kind of neat. Do that, and I could do that. We can put a shrub on the corner of the houses. So if I put like a shrub here, that covers all of the houses. And then I put a path on the top of these that runs like this. I can do things like, for example, a lantern, or we could, you know, we've got a bunch of other aesthetic items, but well-being wise, we could put in medical beds, put in a grindstone for chipped teeth up here as well, on each of these. Make sure we don't lose out on any of these logs before they don't disintegrate. What are we short on? I'm betting it's planks. What's that? We're short on planks? What a shock, honestly. The grind sides only when beavers damage teeth chopping trees. Only we need to where they cut trees. You mean right here, Outclaw, where they cut trees? Well, there's no trees within range yet for you guys, so I'm going to put you to lower priority for now. We've got plenty of wood saved up, so... Fred Francis, thank you very much for the 500 bits for the beavers. It's very, very kind of you. You are awesome, dude. I really appreciate it. I have a question for you, chat. Should I start my subathon tomorrow and it go into my birthday? Or should I start my subathon on Friday and go on to Saturday? Because I could stream for all of my birthday. The whole thing. I'd have to think about that. Actually, I didn't necessarily think about going live tomorrow with the subathon into my birthday. Why not both? It is my birthday on Australian time, true. Do I want to be stuck with you for my entire birthday? Yes. So then you could wish me happy birthday at 0 GMT. That certainly would be a thing. It's my birthday, do what I want. I've never... Would Spare Human like to see my birthday? I don't really celebrate my birthday that much. So, yes, she probably would, but she will... But if I went live tomorrow into my birthday, I'd probably be live until about... I could do midday to midday and do a 24-hour kind of thing. That would mean that you basically get 12 hours of my birthday in UK time. So you get basically a 12-hour birthday stream and also a 12-hour stream tomorrow. If you guys get to the goal, that is, and make me do a 24-hour stream for my birthday. That's the goal. The question is, will you manage it? Otherwise, I'd have to obviously end the stream at 11:59, which would be a bit of a tragedy. Because, you know, doing more than 12 hours isn't going to be good, right? Also, I've never done a 24-hour stream. You say that, my back was okay after the accidental 22-hour one I did for Dune, so... Is that a challenge? Maybe, yes. Yeah. Cliffhanger, did chat make it? What if I didn't tell chat about whether they hit the goal or not? Until 11:59. What if I really, really messed with chat with it? It's basically becoming like a game of, in the subathon, of who can mess the most with Kronos and how much can Kronos mess with chat. Was my back the day after okay? It was all right the next day. Yeah, it wasn't the worst it's ever been, for sure. We are indeed on Diesel the 4th. Or take 2. Look up this mod for Timberborn, name that beaver. That sounds like bait, but fine. Workshop. Name that beaver. A mod that allows for names to be taken from a list of prepared names. Okay, we could do that. That would then allow it to be dumped to chat, yes, because you could do the refresh names on refresh names pool on file change element of that. That would be quite good. Export chat, put in the list. It could be doable, yeah. That could be a good idea. Set that one up. We can do that a little bit later on if we want to do that. People want to see that seen that done. Live modding always goes well, of course. Let's go for... I think we might need another forester, to be honest with you. We need some planks. Hey, but at least we've got much better, like, the quality of life has already shot back up. I think we actually need more shelter. Wait, how do we need more shelter? We've got 22 free beds. Not all have got wet fur. Not all have got the shrub. Can't wait to see your namesake get caught out when dynamite is activated and they path across the blast zone. I would probably try and maybe be a bit more careful than that. Probably not. Okay, let's get this made. That means the people who don't have a job will be able to do some hauling, help with our backlog of like an admin load while we're working away, basically. The representative from California has the floor. Don't think it will clearly use names though. No, and you can set it to refresh names as well. So we can definitely start building that list of names, that's for sure. New well-being, nice, 7. Happier than ever. Happy beavers. I know that's understaffed. I don't really care. Fine. Let's unlock landscaping. Let's unlock the levee. Let's unlock the floodgate. I think if I replace these dams with the floodgates, I can basically turn this into closed off storage of water. Can't believe they built that already. Nice. John O'Clock, thank you very much for the 100 bits. Who's a good stream? You're a good chat, aren't you? If I put that back up to full, I think this traps all the water just in here and just becomes standing water. Standing water, as we know, is perfectly safe, chat. We know there's no problems with standing water in a game. That's never going to be an issue at all. Definitely not, no. If I interspace these waterways, if another one on this side, that would probably work, right? My shadow walks beside me. Put a ladder in here. Is that using logs? Okay, that's taking logs. Our log supply might get a bit low. Don't gate off the toilet water? No, I think we can gate off the toilet water. I think that's perfectly fine. They're just going for a swim in it. That's fine, right? What could possibly go wrong there? Are you already stranded? God damn it. Mr. Slappy, unfortunately you seem to be stranded. We have to keep building these. I think it's perfectly fine gating off the toilet water. Anyone who tells you otherwise is lying. We need to rescue Mr. Slappy. I think these logs might end up getting lost. Come on, you can rescue Mr. Slappy. It's what he needs. Okay, you're just gonna chill out there, are you? There we go. Finally, you're back. You're free. Sweet. Now I'm gonna have access to both sides of the road. Let's do this, and we'll set the wood cutting area. Interesting. Why can they not go across this one, but they can across this one? Oh, we've got a drought approaching, chat. That's not good news. That's not great. Oh. Done, Greg. Done, because there's a tree in the way. Rude. We'll have to get that tree cut. It's annoying that the woodcutters can't cut down the tree that's in their way. That's kind of their job. Go, beavers. John O'Clock, thank you very much for the tier 1 gift sub to Mr. Greggles. Very, very kind of you, buddy. Very awesome. Just cut all of the trees. Exactly. That's what we're doing. We only want the trees to grow in one specific location. So, we might need to be pumping more water. I think we're okay. Where is still unstaffed? Still one lumberjack flag. We'll be fine. We've got a few people. Oh no, Blade Punner died of old age. Blade Punner, I'm sorry. We've got a bunch more names to do, though. We've got all 6 of these. Diesel 5. There we go. We've got Cubion. Thank you very much for the redeem. Cubion. Nice. We've got Lamina. We have Uncommoner. Thank you all for being here today. I really appreciate you guys. And Salia Knit. Right, that will be the last ones I do for now, because that's everybody redeemed. What I will do is I will think about using that mod next. It might be more simple to do. I feel like that's something I could get sorted in a little bit, and we can try that out. You've arrived, you're gonna just wait. No, numbers, Bob. No, don't destroy the colony. No! My only concern is that the Name the Beaver mod hasn't been updated since 2024, and it says it's no longer working, so... Interestingly, there's a comment here from Barry Carleon saying it doesn't work. I know Barry very well. He's a good dude. So sadly, the Name the Beaver mod there doesn't work. The ads are about to start, chat. Please get up, stretch your legs, go and grab yourself some, grab yourself a snack. You know, look after yourselves, get some sunlight. Maybe pet a cat. Maybe say hello to an animal. This might come as a surprise, but you've been told to call you Squirrel. Are you a happy squirrel? Mr. Greggles is a very happy squirrel now. You know what? We'll start with, well, I'll leave you with this. I am not a squirrel! Until the ads start. make sure that you give Mr. Greggles a squirrel. I will be right back after these ads, chat. Thank you very much for being here. Welcome back, everybody. I'm glad that you enjoyed the little pre-ads dance and mess around we had there. Thank you very much, Mr. Greggles, for the being featured part of that. Good job. That's all because Greg was wearing a Jedi robe and just happened to look very, very slightly like the fur color of a squirrel. That's all it was. However, it sparked a meme which will last us many, many moons, and I'm very pleased for it. It's going to be great. Okay, we've got a drought coming. If I raise this floodgate entirely on both sides, that will segment that water out. That water is all segmented. This water will continue to flow for a while. There's not much I can do about that. Did I properly pause this? I did. Good. You are honored. We did have Mr. Greggle's Squirrel Esquire yesterday. Yeah, he was very good. How are you doing today, Greg, dude? It's good to see you. I'm just promising to shit talk one of the mods, don't worry. They don't know which one it's going to be that I'm going to shit talk, but one of them. They might know which one it is. I feel like we should move some of these lumberjacking districts to clear out these areas of trees. If I move these lumberjack flags to here for a while, and I get rid of these ones, not Demnut. Would I shit talk Demnut? Is it the Mr. Greggles, the most eloquent squirrel this side of the Pacific? You're damn right it is, Nellis. You're damn right that's the Mr. Greggles we know and love. Greg, I was saying to chat yesterday that I would really feel bad, but also found it hilarious if I'm not a squirrel became a tick. I would be sorry, but not that sorry. I think it would be one I'd really be fine with. I would get behind that. Just saying, if you know, if that does happen, if we can get it to like really lodge in there, then I apologize in advance. Look, I feel like having your record hype train one day, and then the very next day chat messes with you so much that they turn you into a song and a meme about not being a squirrel. I think that's the dichotomy of chat. I think that at the end of the day, that's what a true chat is like. The most chattiest chat that ever chatted would be that way. I think that's just the way I think that's just the way it is. You love Mr. Greggles emote for mods? Yeah. That's a good mod. That is a good mod. Oceanus TV, thank you very much to the raiding party of one, buddy. Welcome on in. I hope that you are doing well. Jacko Dude, thank you very much for the resub. It took me a second to remember that is your new name over here. You can confirm in chat whether or not you are fine for that to be announced. Once I was just responding to Matt for a second. Give me a moment. I did pronounce it right on my first try though. Good job. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. What else would it be? Yako Dude? Yakult Dude. Good for your gut. Greg's play with the idea of a squirrel emote. Embrace it at this point. Amazing. You're doing good. Thank you. Just tied after two streams today, dude. That is huge. I mean, yeah. Absolutely fair if you need to raid and run or you're heading off, but I appreciate you stopping by, dude, and I'm glad you can rest up. 2 streams is huge. Yakult, dude. Not the Yakult. Oh, well, you're very welcome, Hiroshianis. Thank you very much for stopping by. What were you playing, if you don't mind me asking? I feel like for every sub that that G is involved with of some kind, we should have a UFO. Like, I'll write a name on the on a UFO and eat it. What is going on here? Don't give G ideas. For every one during the subathon, for every sub gifted, we should get. Well, I think maybe we should give one of these for every sub gifted in the subathon. Jeez, Oceanus, you are powering through those streams. Nice one. So yeah, I feel like that's a. Do you think that's a fair trade? Please pop up chat. I feel like that's the way. Okay, so G's been incentivized to really, you know, go full send on it. Good to know. This isn't connected to a district by any paths. You're right, it isn't. Correct. My bad. Didn't pay much attention to that. I'm gonna need more tubs of UFOs, aren't I? I mean, how many UFOs do we reckon are in each tub? For the record, it's a 375-gram tub. There's no estimated number on here. Oh, yes, there is. 10 pieces, they say, is about 13 grams. So it's 375 divided by 13 times 10. Or, if you want to get really weirdly specific, we can do it off of calorific content. Calorific content is that the entire... Oh, no, we're not. That's even more confusing. So 100 grams has 348 calories in it. The whole box is 375. And they then give you what it is in portions. A portion is 29 pieces at 45 calories. You reckon 288? I feel like one of the subathon goals needs to be me counting this by hand and giving, like, you know, some kind of, like, giving VIP to the chat member who guesses it specifically. I feel like that's a good subathon goal. Let me remind myself. That's a reminder for 7 p.m. Done. Done. See, I think that the main thing that will stop G from doing this in one go is actually going to be the sherbet burn. G is a connoisseur of flying saucers. G knows what's up. G has gone through the ordeal several times. The sherbet burn on the tongue can't be understated. And after a while, that's going to really hurt. That's a lot of burn. It's not like a gym burn where you're burning calories. It's like a tongue burn where you've licked lava. She's laughing so much that she can't breathe. You enjoy eating toxic waste for fun. Matt, how many toxic waste do you reckon that you can eat in one go? Do you reckon you could eat this many toxic waste in one go? The equivalent? The UFOs are bet. Matt, how much to eat a whole tub of this? I will pay for you to get a train down here from the deepest, darkest north. I'll put you and G in a room. I'll give you each one of these tubs, and you can't have to leave the room until you've finished the tub. Who wins? Who wins? G's competitive side has come out. Whenever anyone tells me, oh yeah, G's not competitive, I'm going to point to this in chat. Do you want to see that? I feel like what I should do is I should make a deal with an escape room, and they should each have an escape room where, like, what they get for completing the escape room is the 375-gram tub of UFOs. Name a beaver works. Thank you very much, John O'Clock. Let me go and have a quick look. Name a beaver. There's a readme text. Okay. Subscribe. Okay, Steam apps. Let's do this. Let's have a quick look at this. Okay, so we've got program files. Fine. Stop making Windows worse. Sorry. Team. Workshop. Content. That's Timberborn's code. Readme.txt. This mod sent to help recreate. This mod comes with 3 names in the ENUS name pool, which you can edit by opening with a plain text editor. Localizations. CSV file. Oh boy. Special characters need to be removed. Go on, open with my beloved Excel. Okay, we can go then into the Twitch viewers list. Twitch, please. That felt too easy. Okay. Let's have a look at this. The one that Balthazar sent you took 1 day. Gee, 1 day. Oh, you need a comma at the end of every name in that list? Oh no. I don't think I did that. They're all on separate lines. But it opens as a CSV, so it opens in my beloved Excel. Open it with a plain text editor feels weird. Why am I opening a CSV with a text editor? I don't like this. I know I can do it with this, I just don't want to. Oh, that might have broken it. Yeah, that did break it. I mean, it added... The only issue is doing that added 2... Your graphics card surgery went well. You have a PC again. I'm very pleased to hear that, Big Aloris. That's great news. This back into here. I probably need to relaunch the game to do this, I'm guessing. Let's relaunch the game. What are you guys doing this weekend then? Anyone got anything interesting that they're doing or they're planning on doing? Mm-hmm. 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 You're watching Chronos. I'm hopefully not all weekend. That's not the. There should be more to life than watching Chronos. Why is Timberborn not opening? Oh, it wants to open in safe mode. No, open in normal mode. Sorry, numbers are hard. Bit of a different vibe for the opening of Timberborn, isn't it? Sorry, let me just do this because it's a bit fiddly. I don't have to use the mold line tools. Nope, still gonna have to use the mold line remover on that. I'm not hard. Numbers, Bob. Thank you for that. Very kind of you. We'll play this in English, or do I need this in English US? There is no English US. The only English they give us is apparently American. Where was this? This is what I was looking for. Two pieces assembled. Oh, Jesus. Okay, this one's a bit of a difficult sculpt. I love how detailed they've made Games Workshop sprues over time, and they've managed to make the molding process much better, etc. But my god, they've now made it that you need to have the smallest goddamn hands on earth to cut things out of the sprue. 40k, exactly. We only have the best hobbies here, and for me, that is the plastic crack. And the thing that goes, when you have plastic crack, you always pair it with the best glue on the planet, Tamiya Extra Thin Cement. Mwah. The best glue. No other glue comes close to Tamiya Extra Thin Cement, except for maybe Tamiya Normal Cement. Tamiya. Oh, the good glue. Glue so good that I wish Smell-O-Vision existed, just so that I could show you guys how glue this glue is. This is proper glue. Not that like cheap Pritt stick glue. Not like any of those cheap solvents. You open this, I have to make sure that Bailey isn't in the house. This is proper glue. I'm not I would accept a Tamiya sponsorship in a heartbeat, but I'm not sponsored by Tamiya. I feel like Womprat would benefit from a Tamiya sponsorship. But yes, I'm slowly building through some of these so I can continue doing my goals. I'll be honest with you, my amount of like free mental health has been low for the past few days because I've been dealing with quite a lot on the work side of things, as well as with obviously with my grandma who's not well and everything else going on. So in all honesty, like I've not had a huge number of spoons these past couple of days, especially over the weekend and such. As a result, I am really behind with painting the T3 sub models. I'm really sorry about that. I am trying to catch up. But I think it's going to end up being a long-term project. And I've been talking to a few people about what the best way of me doing that is, because I've also noticed that while a lot of you do enjoy 40k, not everyone does in the same way. What I might do is that might be content that I do only over on YouTube so that I can create like long-term painting and gluing of things, because ultimately That way they can be saved more kind of specially, and I can actually have a setup specially for doing the Warhammer stuff. Because the issue that we kind of have right now is, like, I'm on my streaming overlays. They kind of work, and I can show you guys this, and I can turn on the lights, etc. You know, I can turn on this light here for it to give it a bit more, you know, so you can kind of see stuff a bit better. But ultimately, if I really focus down and actually kind of lock in to do the things I need to, I can actually, like, do all of the, I can actually create a whole setup for the Warhammer and make it actually look better. I have another camera from an old rig that I used to help someone else with when they wanted to stream Warhammer that is better for close-ups. And so I might, after the subathon, see about rigging that up in here and actually creating a proper, like, dedicated setup. What chaps do I play? So for a long time, let me grab these. So my last set of models that I made were this. One second. A bit of infraction. This is not a song you want to listen to while you drive. This is how you get a speeding offense. These are my custom. This is my successor chapter. So these are my Raven Guard successors. Does this one work better? They're not great painting, but, like, I think I painted most of these in. These are magnetized as well, so I magnetized them in. Get stuck on the magnets of other models. That's really bright. Give me a second. Oh. So otherwise that's going to give me a headache really quickly. Flat Templars and Imperial Fists here. You love me some Sons of Dawn. Very, very good choice. Very, I'll be honest with you, my main issue with Imperial Fists is how much I hate painting yellow. That's literally it. I just don't like painting yellow. I've always found painting yellow to be a real bugger in Warhammer. I've never enjoyed it. Yes, Lello. Yes, G, Lello. Sure. I think G's just sitting in the corner. Probably. G, were you eating the Tamiya while I wasn't looking? Is that what's going on? So what I'm currently working on is this at the moment. I picked myself up a nice Space Marines captain, a jump captain with a hammer. Mostly because captain with jump pack and relic shield. And obviously like a thunder hammer. If I think about how I've got my Vanguard veterans, I'm at one point there was a guy in my local game store who said that he refused to put his Tau up against my Vanguard veterans because it was manifestly unfair. Look, jump packs go brr, forward deployment go brr. That's the whole point. If your Tau don't like lightning claws, that's not really my problem. That's their problem. It's that simple. It's that simple, you know? Anyway, sorry, I will stop doing that. I need to make sure I know where B is before I, Ooh, Space Marine 2 is on PlayStation Plus Premium, is it? Nice. Like I was saying earlier, I'm going to go back and do more Space Marine 2. I'm going to do some modded stuff with the community, and I'm going to set up some channels inside our Discord for that. Because I kind of want to get in on and enjoy the game again. Why have you reset your location? There we go, let's do this. We want well-being. There's a Lido that we can make. So we can then do water. If we put in a water pump here. I can put in a path. Excuse me. Ooh. There's a 4x4 here. If I recall correctly, we can make a large water reservoir, which is a 2x2 even, not a 4x4. Storage. Medium tank, 120. It uses gears, and we haven't got to that stage yet. But yeah, we can put one of these here. This will be a great place for us just to keep a large amount of water should we ever need it. But for now, on the roof of each of these, I could also do an extra water storage. Nice, okay. We're not making a good use of space over here. This could also be utilized better. So let's have a think about what we're doing on this one. We are currently doing very well on planks. We've got 128 planks, 56 logs. We probably should be... Okay, these pine trees are finishing, growing, and being replanted. That's good. This is all getting deforested correctly. We've got a good flow of wood going on everywhere. I think just improving some of the well-being is going to be important for now. Do you have the risk of injury? Is that what you have? Yeah, so I should probably make a medical. I'm going to get rid of this. And I think I only need one chip tooth station. Because we're not doing a huge amount of that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to lock the medical bed. And I'm going to put a medical bed up here instead. So we've got one medical bed and one grindstone. A shower would be a good thing to have. Not enough science points for a shower. Rip. Stinky beavers. We're close to the beavers. We've got 47. This way we can run water out of... We've got main water supply here. We'll have secondary water in here. And I can run showers and well-being on these two as well. If I put a shower in, for example... Put showers over here. Join those up. We need to remove some of these. Did the mod work? It seems like it did. Uncommoner grew up. Lamina grew up. Zujin was born. Angie was born. Cubion grew up. Not sure yet. I can't quite tell. I don't think so. I think it's... No, it's still pulling from a different name list. Gonna have a look. Try again. Sorry, chat. I'm trying to make this work. It worked on your end? Okay, I might have done something wrong then. Give me a second. I apologize profusely. Trying to make this work. I've likely broken something on the mod's end. Open with... Edit with Notepad++. That'll be nice and easy. No, it says it's saved. Have you put a comma after every single name? John, is that what you've done? Because the README doesn't say to do that. It says new lines rather than commas. I've heard that Return to Moria is very good. I don't know how many people have actually played Return to Moria, but I'd be interested in knowing. No commas? Okay, let's see if this works then. One second, let me just respond to this. You saw a little gameplay mining and building the home. I heard that it didn't. I've heard that you can't build wherever you want in it, which to me feels confusing. I feel like the whole basis of a dwarf game would be building where I want, right? What are you doing, window? Come on. Silly. Normal for a nameless to have commas at the end? That makes sense. You're going to take your leave now? Yeah, please do get some rest, Oceanus. Thank you very much for being here, bud. I hope the rest of your streaming goes well as well. Thank you very much for stopping by, bud. Okay, let's let the game play through and see what happens. The drought is here. But we've got all of this water saved up if we need it, and all of this water saved up, so we can survive a drought for a while. You think of it like Deep Rock Galactic? I think Deep Rock Galactic, though, you can dig pretty much everywhere. That's the kind of the point of it. Whereas, as far as I understand it, you can't do that with Return to Moria. It's not a dig anywhere kind of situation. I could have my understanding wrong there, but I don't actually think that that one was build anywhere, do whatever you want kind of stuff. Okay, let's see. Landscaping, we've got fill valve regulates downstream water level. So it's like a floodgate, but downstream rather than upstream. This isn't a one-way water outlet with adjustable flourish. So that's what we want to build down the bottom, but that requires treated wood and metal, etc. So a huge amount of stuff. It's only using logs to do this, so that's fine as a short-term project. We lost Pan. No, Pan Meowgi. He's left us. We'll have to, you know, have to let Pan Meowgi live in our hearts. Why did I do that? That was dumb. Okay, now I need to get water pumped in here. How do I do that? How do I do this, chat? How does this work? Water dump is the easiest early on. Water dump. What is that? How? A water pump, I'm guessing. Even though D and P are nowhere near each other. Fluid dump. How do I get water into it? Thanks, Classic Buster. I appreciate you, bud. Hello, Nodding Off. How are you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Okay, well, we need the science points, but okay, we can work on that. That's fine. That's good to know. Just woke feeling groggy. Oh, I hope you feel better soon, Nod enough. That's not good. It's something I've heard that a lot of people have been sleeping pretty poorly recently, and I'm wondering if there's, you know, something in the air or in the, I don't know, in the moon or something. I don't know. The phases of the moon are off. The stars are not in position for this tribute. Okay, that's interesting. How did that run out of water first without there being any outflow? There's nothing pumps water out of this, so I don't know why that should have dried up. The stars can't do it. Not today. Exactly, Greg. Thank you very much, dude. I'm glad you know what's up. On the bright side, this kept the water in nicely, so that worked really well. Hey, look, it is working. Titan Roboduck was born. Fujikawa was born. Numbers Bob grew up. There we go. The mod is now working. It was the commas. Yep. Farmed plants drink water. Ah, okay. I didn't know that. That's sensible. That means that it will keep these from drying out sooner, though, I guess. So, okay, I need to think about how I deal with that then. That's not the best news. No goods selected. You should be hauling water. You are, so we can store water and water only. These pine trees are doing well. Okay, sweet. We've now connected up this. We've now got a little water area for our beavers to enjoy. The Lido or Lido, depending on whatever you call it. Sherpa Orc was born. Sherpa, nice. Great. I'm really glad this mod is working. It's really nice seeing the community members actually in the game. I really appreciate all of you for being here. Thank you so much. Genuinely. I know you don't have to be here, and I know there's other streamers who are definitely better at doing what they do than I am, but I'm really grateful that you guys choose to hang out here, man. It means a lot to me. Thank you all. Put planks in those. Well, plank storage is very nearly full, so I'm going to start putting planks in here. Hopefully, we can then start putting production of other things. Like, we could even do gear production if I really wanted to. I think I could put gear production somewhere like this, and it will run off of it fine. As long as we've got enough planks in storage to run, that would actually be quite efficient. I just need to probably put down a couple more medical beds nearby, just in case, because we're then doubling or half again in the number of places you can get injury. And that's a medium chance of injury, so it's far more likely. That said, this is producing 117, and this is using 50. We might need to make a second wheel further up. What happens if I lower this? And then lower this one. How does this work? Does that speed up or slow down? It seems to slow down quite a lot. Yep. If I keep that one up, the water will flow in from here, but won't get pushed down here. That creates more flow going down this way. This can have lesser flow. If I put that at 7... It'll refill when the water is full, but it won't refill all the time. That's fine. I'm going to need to increase the power supply. That's going to be a problem. Or I could just make a second power wheel, shouldn't I? Or, if I make a levee on this side, does that narrow it even further? So if I made like a levee here, would that work? Oh, chat, the ads are here. Please do grab yourself a drink. I will be right back. Hello, sorry about that. I am back. Apologies, I was just chatting to Spare Human, quickly getting a bit of an update on something. Somebody may or may not have an interview at some point. We'll see. Building lacks power. We need workers. Cinders, get running. I really like this. This is working really well. Thank you all for doing this, for getting this set up. John, thank you very much for finding this mod. You were making another Led Zeppelin joke, were you? Nice. You know what? Fine. Fine, you've asked for it. You did this. You did this, chat. Apologies if you could see the mouse moving and stuff, yes, while I was here talking. That's what was going on. So they're making this levy here. We will be able to work towards making the... What was it called? A fluid dump. Well, actually, not too far off of that. It seems like a wild thing to do, but it'll give us a lot more forestry space, so I can just convert all of this to being wood production and management. Just turn all of this into wood management and get rid of all of this, get all the gathering stuff here. In fact, I might just do that now. Hang on, let's do this. Excuse me, we've got 10 workers who don't have jobs. Why are they not building things? I think we need a builder's hut and a... Oh, fine. We need a builder's hut. Builder's hut can go there. Hauling post can go... here? Nice. That's a nice little spot for the hauling post. I'll take that. Yeah, I thought you might enjoy it, Greg. This is the remaster, so... sometimes the remasters aren't as good as the originals, and sometimes they're better. Who knows? All of a sudden, we've actually got a mod that's doing that now, but I will specifically find one that isn't currently named. Here we go. There we go. All of a sudden has been slotted back in. As you can see at the side here now, all of a sudden, this is they're now being born with the names that we've taken from chat. So what I'll do is every couple of hours or so, I'll just update that. That will be really good. Man, I forget just how chilled this game is. Okay, so that will be logs and planks. And lower construction, and then that can be all 4. Fine. Is it possible to assign specific workers? Not sorry. How is it possible to have beavers to have the names of chat? Well, in the future, you know, goblins have had to evolve to overground management. So I've just taken a list from chat and dumped it into a text file, and that's where it's pulling it from, which is really nice. It's just really easily managed. Being the beaver population amuses you. I'm glad that you enjoy it. A beaver is just a hairy goblin. I don't like that as a sentence, so I feel a bit weird about that. Where's my drink? It's taken from people who talk in chat. Typically, it was like yesterday until a few minutes ago. So it is now pulling from people who are in chat. Excuse me. I still need to manually do that, but we could set it up to do that. Using StreamerBot, we could set up a bunch of things. Blue Thunder, are you in chat? I don't know, are you? Are you in chat, Blue Thunder? You're in chat now. I can see you there. We can all see you. You are a lower priority workplace because we have a bunch of water saved up. Fujikawa died of old age. Fujikawa grew up. But are you? Are you in chat, Blue Thunder? Who knows? Okay, so, we're doing pretty good on the woodcutting front at the moment. We've got quite a few logs. You can no longer just lurk, you can just lurk. You're very good at it. We've got 180 planks here. I make you want to try as many. You would be able to. Streambot can extract a chatters list and dump it to a text file. You could then copy that text file somewhere else, or directly into the location, and it would update. Based on what this mod would do, I just need to. I would need to do that while the stream isn't live. Set that up. I think it's the kind of thing that I know I would get wrong while playing around with. These are all building and working away. That was good. The Builder's Hut expansion has worked very nicely for us, I think. Look at the rate of this water. We should definitely be making some water wheels on this. If I put a levee in this, it could really cause a problem. I feel like putting in a floodgate and making it the lowest would be best. I love that. That was built quickly, wasn't it? We need to do a ladder inside the water here again. Oh, what an industrious society now we're building. I'm hoping they'll swim the stuff they need to out to these now, right? In the morning, obviously, when it's daylight. Placing levee next to the water wheel can boost its power output when you have a 3-wide channel. My only concern will be, at least at first, that this is a 3-channel into 2-channel will make it flood. That's my only worry. Sweet, that worked. Now I have control over that. That's very helpful. I can now make the levee on this side if I need to and control the water flow rate. If I need to do this... What a great song. Man, Avicii is... absolute banger. The insane stuff beavers get up to when we aren't looking. Your back is less sore. I'm really glad, JB. How you doing, buddy? It's good to see you. So if I now up this to full to be a barrier, does this speed up? No, I think I made it one too far. But I built it there for a reason. And I've just remembered what that reason was. It's to make a second one of these. Because we will need to make one of these next. Wood and gear workshop. Yes. That's getting 160 output into... That's getting 112. So if we built another... If we built like levee stretch here, that would be good. Empty that one. Empty it. What? Music's chill here. I'm really glad you're enjoying Fuse Town. Good to see you, bud. I like having a chill stream. I don't like worrying about too much or getting too involved in high level stuff. Like, you guys just want somewhere chill that you can hang during the day. That's what I want as well. That's kind of the goal, right? You're injured and you are recovering in the injury hut. That's the goal of the injury hut. Good job. It's working as intended, but we do now need a second one because there's double the chance of injury. Oh, excuse me. Wow. Excuse me again. Okay, we actually have multiple injured beavers right now. I think we probably need to do some housing. We're ready to do another set of lodges. Give me the grid. Okay, it's 5 here, so we need to be careful about how I build this. If I built it like this... This might be the most efficient way of doing it. Putting in a ladder at each end. And then putting platforms all the way up. Oh, we just sort these roads out at this end. Fine. Okay, spiral staircase could help us here, but this would be better because 1, 2, giving us access onto the roof of this one would mean that if I do this, if I did this as well, then I can make another set on top of that. Some structures. Ladder. Now we're building apartments. Hope Wednesday treating good. Wednesday's doing very well, thank you. Yeah, we're doing good. We're massively expanding our... I'll be honest with you, I might genuinely pause the ones on top here because these ones, I don't want to fill up the... That's basically doubling the amount of... So we already had 8 double lodges. I added 6 and then 6 more. That's more than doubling our storage of, like, people. Sorry, our residency. That's the word I was looking for. So this means we're built for the future now. Although I can do this. And I think we can... Does well-being work vertically? Nope, it appears that covers all of those. Well-being is vertical too? Okay, sweet. The first time you heard this song, it was sung by a guy on Spotify. I've never heard this sung by a male. There might be a cover of it somewhere for sure. Are you making gears? You are. You even know it's store gears because I'm an idiot. Because they don't live in one of those either. That's a problem. No, it's not. We can do this. Storage. Medium warehouse. Go here. Medium warehouse can store gears in it. Immediately, we get gears. Gears, chat. Now we're producing. This is going well. Let's see, landscaping. The levee you can walk on top of, and that's why it's pretty more important. There we go. Now we're churning power out here. This is nice. This is how it's meant to be worked. I'm going to be honest. I've got a friend who is potentially going to be working with the League of Legends people, and I'm very interested in seeing how that goes, because I know most of League of Legends songs work really, really well, and they put a lot of effort into them. So, hey, it could be quite cool. It could be really cool. Is there a League of Legends version? Not League of Legends, a Linkin Park version of that song? That would be great. Fair. Okay, we've got some more water now. We can unlock the fluid dump. Yeah, dump water into the fluid dump. Hey, there we go. Look at that. Oh. I feel like I might just find a way of pumping water up and over this into my base area, or like creating a tunnel. Tunnel could be cool. Bringing water in underground this way be neat. How does one make tunnels? It's a landscaping feature. Oh, that's gonna need explosives and a lot of them. Oh, Spook, I'll have a look at that afterwards. Thank you. Actually, you know, we can do it now. I'll have a look. Why not? I've got Spotify open here. Okay, it's not on Spotify, so I'm going to have to mess around with a bunch of stuff to find it. Diggy hole, that's not the same thing I'm thinking of. Let's see how long this survives, because obviously this is draining this water. This water is being drained from in here. This will just let me fence off any bad water, so bad water just won't enter my area, I'm hoping. Mhm. Not a test. I think that we need to use those gears to work on a large amount of water storage. I think that's probably going to be my goal, to utilize those gears at first. Because actually water storage is a bit of a problem for us. We haven't got a huge amount of it that we can access easily. Look at this quickly. This is a different world from you. Yeah, so yesterday, Spectre, we learned a bunch of stuff about the game, and today I was basically using what we learned yesterday to make a better settlement. Mechanical fluid pump. A fluid tank in the vertical column directly below the pump's nozzle drop zone. Mechanical fluid pump. That's going to take a lot to do. Okay. I think in terms of water storage, we can just put a bunch of these medium tanks around here. We haven't got a huge number of tanks saved up. Oh, actually, no, I should need to be. I don't know why I haven't been doing this. I'm an idiot. Yeah, I'm an idiot sandwich. Food, grill, wheat. If I put a grill up here, that grill can be told to make recipe grilled potatoes. Now we can add a whole other food type to our storage. The storage underneath this can be used to store the warm potatoes once they're cooked. So potatoes are stored underneath here. There. They get brought up to the grill. They get turned into cooked potatoes, which go down here so people can eat them. Perfect. Done. We love that. If I now do a well-being and we build a campfire. Build that here. Now, if I recall correctly, if I place certain things next to the camp, that will benefit them as well. So, like, if I do, for example, a shrub in range of the camp, that helps. Whoops. How goes it in Beaverdelphia? Beaverdelphia is going very well. Thank you, Chicago. It's doing really well. Done a mashup that someone else has and the artists have done. Not sure if it's an illegal version of the song, which is on YouTube and not Spotify. That makes sense. It's a bit like the DJ Earworm stuff. You know, all the annual mashups, etc. of that. I feel like if we go water... No, well-being, showers... I feel like putting in some showers might be a good idea. There you go. They've decimated all of this. That's nice. Good for them. What can you store here? You could store logs or planks. You can start accepting planks again. We're a bit short on logs. We've got a lot of planks. Good, because we need planks to turn into gears. Gears turn into our water storage. Large tank holds a lot as well. One of the things I might want to save up for is the underground pile, but I just don't want to. And observatories make a shed load. Like an absolute load of research. If we really want to progress quickly, I would just suggest basically like speed rushing the observatory, which we could very easily do. We just need to get the pine resin, which is something I can work on doing. Like if I say cut trees, don't cut trees, and I say don't cut these ones, and then I went into wood, tapper's shack, we could actually save these to start tapping them for resin. Why do I have that there still? Do this. And this. Well-being of 11 currently is quite good for them. $208 of that. That's very good. We could also make an aquatic farmhouse and use one of these for farming. That's not a bad move either, to be fair. Get some grilled spadadoc going. Nice, look at that. Synchronized de-treeing from the beavers. We love that. Very helpful. I think we need to do the tapper shack, which is to me more of that. Wait a second. Why not just make a bunch more observatories and start churning out, not observatories, a bunch more inventors and start churning out science? I've got 17 unemployed, workforce. District management, let's make another set of builders. And another hauling post. That will create a bunch of jobs. How are you all doing out there? Do farming for food. We've got an efficient farmhouse and aquatic farmhouse. That's still 150. I don't necessarily spend that, but fine. So that's that one. We need 500 to unlock the spadadoc. Take that. I messed up and didn't make a ladder down there. So let's do this as a ladder. Then we can make the road that goes over the ladder and to the entrance of this all in one fell swoop. This building's not connected to districts by any paths. Well, it very much... it's not until this is made. There we go. There we go. Now we're growing spadadoc here. Let's just make sure this never goes completely dry. 20 mil depth. You used to have an excess of inventors shacks at lowest priority when drought shuts down the industry. Engineer beavers become science beavers. That makes sense. At the moment, we can make that one work. Yeah. We've still got 6 unemployed beavers, so we're still doing fine. I might genuinely make them... Oh, I can expand this. That'll give me 5 more. If I go water storage, we can build some large water storages, I reckon. Gonna use some gears, but hey, that'll be useful. If we put a gravity battery on top of this, that would be huge. I got to play with those yesterday evening. I understand how they work now, which is kind of neat. That can be used to store water. We could probably expand this. I could make a series of... Oh, I could make settling pond style setup. Oh, okay. This is... Okay, now we're thinking with portals. So, one of the things you might not necessarily know about me, chat, is that sometimes I really enjoy the TV show Gold Rush because it's just people just mining gold, and they just get really excited about it. But I've learned a little bit about sediment management from it, and it's remarkably interesting in terms of how they have to do things. Once this is built, we'll make this up. But what they'll do is they'll discharge all of their basically wash off of basically highly sediment filled water that's been used to pan the gold through various machinery. That'll go into one pond. It'll settle a bit. Then the clean water on the surface will flow into another pond, into another pond, into another pond. By the time it gets to the fourth pond, this is all full of sediment. This is slightly lighter, slightly lighter. This is pretty much clear and can be run again through. What they have to do is they have to keep basically changing where you have those original settling ponds. I've not watched sapphires. I've watched them mining opals in Australia. Opal outback hunt. Wait, no, is it Aussie opal outback hunters? No, outback Aussie opal. One of them. It's basically a bunch of rednecks, but Australian, so bogans, all trying to get rich off of gold, working in like the most hellish environments that you can think of, like inside a corrugated tin hut for like 10 hours a day plus, while they're sleeping in 40 degrees Celsius weather. Like being inside of an oven. Why? Horrifying. Who's a good chat? Thank you very much for the 100 bits, John. It's very awesome of you, buddy. But yeah, the mining and some of the stuff on like Discovery, I quite enjoy a good Discovery documentary kind of thing. I think it's quite neat. I think I need to make paths around the bottom of this to make this a bit easier for them. There we go. They can build all of these now. Oh no, Cinder the Second died of old age. Poor Cinder. A moment for Cinder, chat. When you were small, you used to watch them too. It's something like if I'm sick, I'll chuck that on TV because it'll just run for hours. You should have ridiculous people like, oh, what's his name? Is it Tony Beats? I think his name is Tony Beats, and he's just absolutely ludicrous as a human being. It's hilarious. I need more planted stuff. Okay. Plant trees and bushes. Okay. Rachel Nico, thank you. I will update the list. Let me do that. I will refund the name uses and add you to the list. Let me just do another grab of this. There we go. Only says it's awesome. He's really like a no-nonsense kind of guy. He's very, very interesting as a character. You can tell he obviously plays a certain amount up for the show, but actually, like, it's just really interesting to see. Then you've got people like, you know, Parker Schnabel and his grand... Like, I originally watched it because I saw a short many, many years ago that reminded me of that. There were a couple of episodes early on where you get to see a guy called Parker Schnabel who starts mining at like 10. I think he started mining like 10 or 15 years old with his grandfather. And actually, like, he takes over from his grandfather. His grandfather eventually passes on, but like he started mining because of him. I found it so touching that I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna watch the show. And it's one of those things, like, I've never watched it all the way through seriously. It's not like there's a storyline, but it's just kind of quietly and calmly engaging in the background. Yeah, the way that Parker and his grandfather like loved each other and they really shared the same interests, I found really touching. Yeah. The mountain mining with dynamite. I mean, yes, getting to see all the explosions is also fun. Those of you who might not have watched that, you might have seen something like Scrap Heap Challenge if you're from the UK. If you don't know what Scrap Heap Challenge is, that was a great show where basically 2 teams were left on a scrap yard to try and make something cool that was that week's challenge. Ever wasted an hour troubleshooting just because you typed chmod 722 instead of 755? Oh no. Parker on one go had 3 mines on the go. I would believe that. I know he was doing stuff in Australia, doing stuff in the Yukon, and doing stuff. I think he was looking at South America at one point. It's huge. I mean, obviously Discovery has enabled him to do a lot with that. We're actually low on logs, interestingly. Oh, it's because there's no logs left to mine anywhere. Do this. Now, I won't necessarily admit this again, but this might be Spare Human's ringtone. And that's not rude because she's aware of it, and that's what makes it okay. I'm in danger. The ads are going to be here in about 20 seconds. I'm going to get up and go and check on Bailey and see where he's at. In the meantime, please do make sure you're getting up, getting yourself a drink of water, looking after yourselves, because we are here for the long haul today. Got a good few hours left of stream. You put Harpy song request yesterday. She liked it too. Nice. Yeah, please make sure you stand up, you unscrungle your spines during the break chat. It's very important that you keep your spine strong too. You know, you've only got one of them, and despite what I may say, I'm not gonna give you one of my free ones. Don't listen to Nellis. Don't overly shrimp. Nellis is biased and working for big shrimping. Don't do it. We need to make a ladder. Come on, ads, I summon thee. Shrimping is normally IT said it doesn't have to be. You don't need to shrimp. The shrimping is optional. Don't let them convince you that you must shrimp because you don't have to. I'll be right back. I returned from the ads early, chat. I've come to pass judgment upon you. You cannot flee because I will hunt you down, Trev Francis. You will be devoured. Destroy. Those need to become floodgates. It's kind of unnecessary for me to do this, but it's kind of just a bit of fun. These are all at 6.5, so... I do want you to unshrimp. It's important to unshrimp. You can't sit... If you sit there shrimped all day, you'll just be like this when you're older. How many of you feel weird about this part of your neck? How many of you are getting this? Don't do it. Unshrimp. Shoulders back. Straighten that neck. Your head works better in a straight line. Well, kind of. It kind of curves a bit. Bodies are curvy. It happens. You're happily sprawled on the couch. The couch is shrimping for you. Anymore. Just do that. Why? Okay, you can't plant that far away. Okay. So what I'm hearing is that actually this stuff up here is a... That wasn't the button I wanted. That was actually... It needs to be on the plant trees. Cancel trees. I think we need to just plant birch trees in this gap here for rapid use. These guys are pumping water into this pretty well. This is working. If I put that up at 100. That down at 0. This down at 0. You can neither shrimp nor descrungle as you only have one working leg, so the only thing you can do is lie down on them. I feel like someone nice in chat will descrungle because you've asked them nicely. I'm going to be honest, there are some fairly ludicrous things in the subathon for tomorrow, if you guys are willing to hear it out. One of them, and I'm not going to give you all the goals in advance or all of them at one go. One of the goals on there is to send me and somebody else skydiving. That is actually genuinely on the list. I will do it. We will do a video of it. It will be horrifying. I'm expecting the person with me to probably shit themselves. But I think it will be overall hilarious for everyone. Right, there's something called a sensor in these. So, like depth sensor. Oh, that uses metal. Okay, we're not at that stage yet. Has it already been decided who's going with you? I have asked somebody and have someone in mind, yes. That is a thing. I've not done that very well. This will work a lot better. This can be used to store raw spadadoc. We can then go into food. I can create a grill on top of here. On this. We will go into paths and structures. We'll create a ladder, which can go up onto the roof. And then we can then connect up the grill, etc. with all of this. We will then make another warehouse. Got a lower one there, but the upper one, which can go on the top there, the top one can store cooked spadadoc. The bottom one, for now, can be used to store... Jesus Christ, we're doing... I'm going to put that as storing pine resin for now, because I have an idea. I don't know if it's a good idea, but it is an idea. Because we have enough science to unlock the next thing we needed, which is the Tapper's Shack. And I'm going to put that down here. Path. And go like this. Right, what we do need though, however, is a path to get across the river again. So what I'm going to build here is another set of suspension bridge. That one's not going to work, so we are going to get a we're going to unlock suspension bridge 3 because I'm smart and I can just do this. And this will mean that the tapper can just go over and grab these pine trees and then store it all in here, and we can just have that going for a while. That's going to be a low priority, you know, low priority workplace for that. You are high priority construction for logs and planks. You also should be connected up. That will help. Oh, now we're settlementing. This is looking dangerously like I know what I'm doing. I don't want to give anyone that impression, I'm going to be honest. I'm just flailing, and it happens to be working out. It looks way better than it actually is, I promise. I'm certainly an expert at something. I think it's probably causing a mess. And else, yeah. That sounds more like it. Right, if I understand correctly, I can still build up here quite a bit. Yes. So what I need to do up here is I need to create a levee up here. I feel like if I was to do, does that fit there? Or is that too low? Oh, that's still too low. That's really deep there. I need a 3 high platform to do that. Yeah, see, that's not worth unlocking just for that. This will work fine. What I want to do into this, I want to pump bad water into this. Once we've got bad water, I would like to be able to pump that into that reservoir and save it when the bad tide comes. because we'll use that to start getting explosives, which apparently are very fun. I purposely didn't test those yesterday, so we'll have to see how they do. Remember, water will evaporate. That needs metal. You make a very valid point. Okay, I'm gonna test something else out that I think might be dumb, and most of you are gonna be like, Cronus, what the hell are you doing? But trust me, it's cursed. There's so much better ways of doing this, but I think this will be fun. You know, don't make that one. That's the wrong side. Write me down, take me away. I think I know this from... I want to say this is in House. But it might also be in Blue Mountain State. Here comes Judgment Day. You love my mess around and find out mythology? Sometimes it's just fun that way. Like, what are the... There's no serious stakes on this. Like... And at the holy... Yeah, we say the serious stakes from the time, JB. Yeah, the serious stakes are not today. Not a you're not gonna have serious steak on a Wednesday, are you? That's just not right. It's just not proper. You wouldn't do that. I mean, this is gonna make us run out of logs very quickly, but this is gonna be kind of fun. It's why we generally try to give you basic info about stuff and let you decide what to do with it. That's very fair. What I'm doing is really dumb, I'm going to be honest with you, and I don't think this is going to work with what I'm going to do, but I think it's going to be funny. And for me, that's enough. Right back into the kit with the garlic. Yeah. Yeah. At some point, remind me to tell you about the time that I left Spare Human to make some food, and I think it was garlic pepper steaks. And I got in just as she was sorting out the garlic, and she was complaining about having to crush and chop so much garlic, and I was like, 2 cloves isn't very much. And she was like, wait, what's a clove? One of my favorite moments, honestly, great moment. Unnecessarily, to be honest. Imagine if she'd put 2 bulbs of garlic. It would have been like artillery was being fired directly into my brain. 2 bulbs of garlic for 2 steaks. You did this, you made a carrot cake and got teaspoon and tablespoon mixed up. You put 4 tablespoons of cinnamon into the cake. Oh my god. Oh, that's amazing. Mr. Gregors, thank you for that. Dyslexia for the win. Greg, have you told stream... You must have told your stream about the capsaicin measurements, right? You went to your mum and asked why you didn't have enough cinnamon. You did. Okay, for those of you who might not know this story, Greg went to go and have what was... I think it's described as like the hottest burger ever. It sounds like it's quite nice, but before you do it, they make you sign a disclaimer because it is that hot as a burger. Now, those of you who don't know, Greg is very, very resistant to hot, spicy food. He's really good with it. Got a hugely strong tolerance. Without giving you any further context, at one point when I drove into a motorway service station, Greg just turned around and kind of quietly says, "This is the service station where I was lying on the floor of the loo and had to call an ambulance and my life passed before my eyes." So, to give you the actual context, Greg had 2 of these burgers. The first one he had was so good and so enjoyed it so much that he had a second one. This wasn't a problem by itself. Greg's very tolerant to the chemical, etc. And it would have been fine. However, the second time around that he went for the burger, the chef got the recipe wrong and added in, was it 4 or 5? Was it 5 times as much? Gregors, that nearly, was it 5? Yeah, 5 times. I thought it was, I think it was, yeah, 4 or 5 times as much. But what that means is very much that Greg was in a bad way, shall we say, in the Wolverhampton services at some point. Now, one of those service stations near Wolverhampton, Greg can't see the service station without having visceral flashbacks. And the restaurant was very apologetic, if I recall. But yeah, it didn't hit you until like 2 hours later, didn't it? Because it basically got through the first stage of your stomach, and then it was like, oh yeah, by the way, here is the punishment. Did you hear about the chip/crisp that sent some students to hospital here in Japan? The 1 chip challenge is something I've heard of and I think is exceptionally dangerous. I'm going to be honest with you. I cannot condone the 1 chip challenge as what it is. It's wild. I have burned a hole in my stomach as a result of medication at one point. I would never, ever suggest messing around with something like the 1 chip challenge, in all honesty. It's absolutely wild in terms of how that affects the body, and it's not something that one should mess with at any point. This is working surprisingly well for keeping this land irrigated. It's just not keeping any of the land I actually need irrigated. This is working really well, though, so if we can replicate this, that will be sweet. We've got half a day left on this drought. The 1 chip challenge is tasty. I just, like, if you don't know your own tolerance to spice and to heat, don't take that kind of challenge lightly, because the stomach is a very sensitive part of your body. You only get 1 of them, and you really don't want to ruin that. And if you burn a hole in it and you don't know what you're doing with it, you can cause yourself, like, irreparable harm. My appetite has never recovered. I spent 20 days in hospital. It was wild. You also found a local grower of ghost peppers that make oil. There's a place down in Devon called the Devon Chili Farm that I've been to, where you can get some really, really, like, great spiced stuff, like really hot chilies. They do a really nice white, I think it's like a like a chili white chocolate, and it's really, really good. Next time I go down there, I was going to pick some up for Greg. Nos got you a t-shirt that says Tummy Ache Survivor. Oh, I would have got you one that said Champion Shitter. That's what I would have done, Greg. That's what it would have been. Possibly one of the best shitters. I should make this 0.9 so water does flow in on this other side. Look, the Romans built aqueducts. Kronos is making a mess. This is the way. We're not even anywhere nearly done for this, by the way. It's 9 o'clock on a Saturday. The crown punches in. Oh, hang on, let me do this. One second, chat. Give me a moment. Remember, your stomach holds the stuff that dissolves other bodies contained in you. You don't want a hole in that since it might dissolve you. Yeah, mine did that and it took my appendix out on the way. What are you doing? You're How are you starving? We've got loads of cooked food. Do you just not eat potatoes? Apparently that one beaver doesn't eat potatoes, maybe. That could genuinely be it. I don't know anymore. Okay, cut trees. If I put this bunch here into don't cut down, and then I put this bunch here into do cut down, that gives the woodcutters another supply of logs to continue our levy project. How are we doing on pine resin? We're pretty good on pine resin. Probably will be for life. I should probably increase the workers inside of this. That's a good idea. Well done. Thank you for reminding me, chat. Then be... Oh, whoops, wrong course for us. Night. This is kind of a waste of our time and resources, but it's also fun, so I'm not really that worried about it. That will go down. Oh, why is that too wide? No. Has anyone worked out what I'm trying to do yet? I think I'll put a floodgate in here just in case I need to flush the system for some reason. Same with the northern side. Just in case I ever want to expand that in the future, you know. Oh, hang on. If I don't build that one yet, it's the last one I build. They still need to get some access through all of these, so I still need to make sure there's some way of getting to her. That's better. You could be a builder. If they have a long way between resource and destination, they can become hungry and thirsty. That would make sense. The builders are all the way over here, so they have got quite a long way to go. Construction lacks materials. What's lacking? Logs. So it's fine. We expected that. Let those free, and then... More trees must be decimated, chat. The great embeavering of the industry must continue. Beaver number go up? Indeed, Winky. The beavers are working very hard. Well, they were a bit low on logs, apparently. Although, that being said, if I delete this, and I go... Time to cut down more trees. That will hopefully increase our log production. This will give us some expansion for new workers. You're short on Spadder Dock. That's fine. We've got a bunch saved up. Oh no, actually you are getting a little bit low on Spadder Dock. Interesting. We're okay on potatoes, though. Potatoes, carrots, and berries. We've still got a decent diet. Variability. How are we on chipped teeth? Unconnected buildings? How are you today, Winky? It's good to see you, buddy. You're good, but not about the Twitch update. Wait, what Twitch update? What have I missed? Is this the badges thing? I like the idea of watch hour badges. I think that's neat. I think that rewarding people for their watch hours is a nice way of doing it. I don't think that paid ones. They shadow dropped a new feature last night. What's the new one, Winky? I hate that. I hate it when Twitch shadow drop a feature because it's normally shite first time off. If you have multiple streams open on multiple tabs, it auto pauses any muted tab from the stream being broadcast when you tab over. That makes so much sense, Winky. That makes a lot of sense about viewer numbers and stuff today. People being pausing it. That's awful. Why? Okay, thanks, Twitch. It's scuffed. It's wild. Wild. Right, let's build in another stage up here. You've been Googling a lot. It's happening on Chrome, Edge, and Brave for people already. So that makes a lot of sense. That's going to be awful. Okay. Down to you a couple of days ago. It's annoying. It seems to like to keep your frame streams alert. Well, exactly. I mean, I was wondering. I think I noticed it the other day, actually, after I raided out. But I just assumed it was me being tired after a long stream. Right, how did I want to do this? Like I said, this is a ridiculous project. There was no reason for me to do this, but kind of funny. So I'm guessing if you have something that automatically mutes the tab for you that doesn't use the Chrome default, then you're fine. But if you don't use that, then you have a problem. Wild. Why? Why? It's just unnecessary. You were born to eat quavers. Were you born to eat quavers, chat? You don't know what quavers are, I'm sorry for you. You're not suitably British. No goods in stock, that means it's time for you to be deleted. I'm guessing it's too far to... Oh no, we can access all of these. I'm guessing. I think we can probably close this one off now. Like I said, this is completely unnecessary as a project, which has bigger issues to be addressing than this. Interesting. Oh, 100%. 1% volume, that has to be the way. I mean, it's just ridiculous that Twitch is doing this. Like, Is Twitch's control over ads, etc., that poor? Is that what's going on? Their ad revenue, that people are, their advertisers are leaving them for some reason, and it's tied to, or what, because people are muting the tab and moving away? Is that what Twitch is really that concerned about? It may be unnecessary, but that's okay. Well, sweet. I want to see if we can fill... I want to see if it's actually doable to fill this up with these fluid dumps. Because if we can get a series of fluid dumps filling up this as like an aqueduct system, we can pump water around just by being silly. I do know that if I go to this stage here and I have to make a mechanical fluid pump, which requires endgame resources, then I know that I can pump it directly from the water up inside to this levee without having to use a fluid dump. But that's a lot of science and a lot of hardwood and metal, which we're not even harvesting metal yet. Metal's down here. Are you out of resources? You're not connected? Okay, there we go. Yep. If I go plant crops, nope. Cancel planting these ones. Let's use this. That makes that much more manageable. Then if I make water pumps here... Okay, this is slowly filling up then. Okay, that's working with this one fluid dump. We could put a second fluid dump in. That would probably be more efficient. If I go walkways... Can I not put a platform in there? I didn't know that had been built, to be honest with you. I probably should have put the platform in first. Then go water, fluid dump. That way I can actually put the road in. That's nice. Yeah, I had to move it around. Yeah, that's why I was confused. Let's see, if I open this one up now, has it got enough water in there? No, we're not that full on water yet. We're only about half full. You guys are hauling water way too far. I need to put another water pump in here. Storage. Medium tank. A medium tank? It's not even a heavy tank. Made a noise. The game made a noise. I don't know what it meant. I don't know what it means. The noises, chat. The noise. What do the noises mean? What do they mean? I don't understand. Okay, well, if we delete all of these... Do a floodgate. Demolish resources and buildings up to here. Get him to build these. Build this levee here first. That'll probably help. Yes. The levee army building. Oh, we're nearly there. Nearly there. We'll then close off this, and I'll just demolish one of these and let the water basically flood through. Hey, that's nice and full. Well, that would flood all the way through. It's going to take a while. Why did I build that there? Why am I... Apparently I'm an idiot, but fine. Make sure none of these are going to overflow. Would have overflowed had I not been smart. Hey, there we go. Yeah, the ads are about to start. I'm going to get up and go do hanging from a door bar so I can stretch out my back and decompress it. I will pause the game so you guys don't miss anything, and we will be right back afterwards to see if our grand engineering project is in fact working or if it's just absolutely a fail, which, you know, it could be one or the other. You never really know. It's a solid 50-50 chance at this point, so hey. Once the ads start, because Twitch is also being terrible about starting ads, you build one behind the other one, then delete it. I'm just going to delete this one. And that's going to be the plan. But I will be right back, chat. Whoop. Hello, I am back. Excuse me. Oof, sorry, cough, cough, cough. How are we doing? Good to see you guys. The game is so we are close to our first bad tide, and we are now filling up our levee and such system that we've created. So we'll let this one fill up this system again. How did that happen? Oh, you just flooded over. Okay. If I lower this one. If we can flood the system from both ends, we can basically just keep a large amount of water storage, which will hopefully keep the bulk of our crops in a good kind of nick, and then we can also make sure that this water gets pumped into here, so we don't, again, this doesn't get pumped out, which gets pumped into here, which gets pumped back in. So the water that's evaporating will hopefully get replaced quite quickly. What we probably should do is add some kind of way of preventing this from flooding out. So we've got this to stop the bad tide from coming in. We'll obviously need to stop these from producing to add like the bad water in. But hopefully these guys will bring enough water in the short term that we can actually get a decent amount of water stored up. Because what I can theoretically do here is if I build a levee that runs, for example, to up here, I could flood this entire area and turn this all into water storage long term, which is kind of awesome and kind of weird to think about. Is that dry down there? It is. So if I make that we're finding out how full this water is. A little bit of groundwater there for no real reason other than testing purposes. But if I got rid of this one, I made a ladder here. I could basically bring the ladder across here to separate this area. I think would be a really interesting way of doing this. Ian Thunder Gaming, thank you very much for the resub with Prime, buddy. You are amazing. Thank you very much for being here, dude. Muting, tabs, pausing isn't a Twitch issue, it's a Chrome one. It's deliberately added to the browser source built-in flag called muted pause background audio. So it's a Chrome update, not a Twitch one. Interesting. Okay. We'd be like building a floodgate across here. It would be absolutely monumental in terms of work, but it'd be kind of cool. We're not too far off of what I was saying where we need to start finally making a district down here. We're not actually that far away from it. Also, our very ridiculous amount of water storage is going to be silly. But I'm tempted to build it all the way across to this as well. If I demolish this one and send someone to demolish that, I can make a levee that runs like a square to this. I'm just kind of getting mad with dams now. Like this is unnecessary, but hilarious. What would be the best way of getting there? Platforms here? And then a ladder here and here. Feels a little bit dirty, but it kind of works. Works enough for my levee project, at least. unnecessary, but the map gave you the trees to do it, so who cares? I can also grow the trees to do it. That's the other thing. Like, I've got a huge amount of tree production working. I don't think I'll get it done before the bad tide. I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like that's probably asking too much. That's why Brave, Opera Safari, and Edge will be affected, because they're all chromium based. Everything is chrome now. It's horrifying. Chrome everywhere. I mean, it's not working badly. We've already got nearly a whole block high of water saved up here, so it's working. We've now gained access to this side again, so we can now actually build what I wanted to do. This is now actually possible. Like, as a concept, this now works. I don't really know why I'm doing it, but hey, it's going to be funny. Because then what I do at this point is I just let one of the... I open up this at the top and just let this flood. Like this. That's at 0.6. And it's still letting out a pretty decent flood of water. And it means I can use this to kill off some of the stuff I don't need up here. It's silly, but fine. So that basically lets me know the rate at which the water is getting into the system by the fluid dumps, I guess. 0.9 days till the bad tide. Okay, well I'm gonna fill this up to save water for the bad tide, but it's good to know what we can do. I don't have a spice problem or a water problem. No, okay, maybe I do recognize that I am stockpiling resources that have a lot of value on Arrakis. As in, like, you know, water and various other bits. But it's not that relevant, okay? Also, we might finish this. Okay, just about. Genuinely surprised. Genuinely shocked. This is the kind of thing that I would normally test out using, like, a god mode thing to see what would happen if I was doing single player, because I'd just be like, you know what, this is just ridiculous for me to be wasting time doing, but why not? If I reduce that to half flow, more of the river will be dragged away. I wonder if I could... The bad tide comes from all fluid sources, so I think I just need to separate this whole thing off. I don't like it. We can see where all the source... Okay, there's like 4 sources upstream. Well, the rest of my life, if you'd like... The water will eventually get around to here, so I will need to, I'll stop them from taking water out of these. Oh, they're still gonna... Okay, they'll keep their well-being up at least while the bad tide goes on. Worst case scenario, I can flood down into this. Look at that flow down here. We should harness this somehow. See, the Lido is still operating. The Spatter Dock is still okay. We should start working on metal at some point so I can do depth sensors. The water's actually doing pretty well here. We're still at half height. So we can basically last 2 days. Now we know that. Ooh, that water... I don't like that ground contamination. I don't know how ground contamination works. Oh, it just kills everything off underneath it. Oh, geez. Okay. Does it come back? That's still an awful lot of bad tide. I don't want to open up my flows yet. We've still got plenty of water storage. We're still good on water flow. I'm actually very, very impressed. These are now bringing in clean water again, which is nice. This is still... Okay, this is bad. That's not good. That's wiped out a bunch of our trees. We need to change those. Oh no, they can come back. The water is bringing them back. They didn't fully die. Okay, some of them did. Some of these ones down here did. Plant trees. Let's replace these with birch. That way they'll be more rapidly growing. Yeah, look at all of this. This is all bad tide water, and I can't... As far as I understand... Wait, no. That's bad tide water. Where's that coming from? Just hanging around in a big reservoir up here. Okay, we need to keep an eye on that. Because if I open this up, this will let bad tide water in now. So this is all bad tide water still. Yeah, here still. Which means I need to do this. Turn the river around. Okay, so I'm flushing water into the system, which I know is clean at the top, and pushing the bad tide water out. If I cut this one to a half flow, should hopefully suck that bad tide water out faster. Okay, so we can basically use this to flush a system. Why is the water being forced in at this end? That's the question. I need to find a way to cut the water flow from coming back up. Send a huge pulse of water down. And then I'll fill this back up again. There you go. I've just set the height on that one to be to allow half of the water out. So I'm going to see how that flows. Gonna be honest with you. Bring this up to full. Lower these down to empty, just to keep a reservoir system. Rehydrating the ground. Let's... Ooh, the other thing we could do is, if I really wanted to, I could build a double high set of floodgates across here. If I went into... Did you stop them from pumping the bad water? I did, yes. That was very important. Very important thing to do. But if I do double floodgates, that does fit across here. I could literally put double floodgates across this and turn this into literally pumping water into my base, which might be very, very dangerous. Doesn't that sound fun? Yes. Overhangs still require metal, but this is all fine for wood. Build a road here and here, and then a road along the top. That gives us access to basically build a dam. We're going to build a dam. Dynamanon, thank you very much for stopping by. Been a long time since you've gotten beavers to chew on wood. Well, good to see you, buddy. How are you doing? I have a matter of hours before it kills things. We made it work, okay? Look, we made it work. The bad water was flushed out of the system. Everything is fine now. We just need to think about what we want to do down here. Because I feel like we might need to expand our horizon slightly and make another district down further, where we can start making Lake Town, which our Lake Town always makes metal. That's the way we do Lake Town. I'm actually impressed at how long the water here lasted, because this stayed having water in for ages. I've just allowed more in. This should be higher by default. If I do that at 0.9... Why are you not pumping water? You've got nowhere to go? If cities, Skyline told us anything that poop water is bad, I let you guys bathe in... actually, no. This is where you get your drinking water. This is where you, like, go off to clean the Lido, and this is where you shower. So, like, there is technically a 1 square between your bath and where you shower and get your drinking water. Some of your drinking water comes from the clean water up here. To be fair, that is a thing. My water storage is full? Not yet. It will become fuller. We will make more water storage, don't worry. If I've learned anything, it's that being ridiculous is going to be great fun for this. I didn't make that platform very well, did I? Good job, Kronos. Well done. This is ridiculous, but hey, it's going to work. I have faith and confidence. Not necessarily in that order. But I think we can... I think I'll be able to use this to divert a bunch of water into our base, if I really want to, by turning one of these into a floodgate. Somebody, somebody, If I build that there... There's genuinely no need for me to be doing this, but water pumps just work slower the more diluted they are from what you want them to be. The more bad water in, yeah, so I know that these pumps I don't need to stop them for water. Yes, they are building it, chat. That dried up. Interesting. Okay, and these two by themselves can let this much overflow. I mean, it is slowly killing off some of the berry bushes, which means I can probably expand in here. But it's not promising long term. Nothing to do in range. How are we on log? We're really good on logs, etc. We need resources. There's cheap automation available. How do we do that, Luther? What automation could we do? Let's have a look in here. Flow sensors, chronometers, weather stations. A detonator? That's... okay, now we're talking. Bad water indicators? I don't really need those. Like, that's not... that's just bad water. I just wait till I know that there's a bad water cycle and I just come here and turn off this one gate. I've reduced this to 0.8. I bring this up to 0.9. From this side, that now works. I will just need to do it the same thing up here. But look at the force of this now. Woo! Because we are channeling all of this water up that way. I could segment this off as well and basically create my own water. Oh, no, that's dangerous. That said, that's going to push a lot of water down here. This might have sped up. No, hasn't. So that's a future project, but that's sorted for now. So we are good there. If I let this flow... that can flow that way. You're flowing. I don't necessarily know if we need bad water indicators. We know when the bad water is coming. It kind of goes and flows, which is kind of a thing. These are grown. Have we not got enough? Oh, we just got too much storage. Okay, we've got enough that we can now afford to probably start making our next district. But I don't know how we can... If I send people to go and clear these, will they do it, or is this too far away? Too far, so I need to make a new district and do all of that stuff. Oh no, you might... Oh, you're still cutting trees down here, okay. Why not make the district on this one? For now, I can always move the district. They're free to make, so like... Blah. As an idea, though, what if I use this existing one to make all of the structures that I need for this settlement first? So if under housing I go onto double lodges and I make my double lodge complex. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Build the road out for future connection there. We build the platforms. A ladder at both ends of the area. We build a platform that runs down the length of this. We then install the roads on top, and they're all connected up. So we've now got, you know, a housing block down here. This can be the housing block that will form the new district. So other things that we need in the new district, well, we're going to need storage of food. So let's put a large warehouse in and use this for food storage. Why is that showing as red? Entrance blocked. Because of this. Put the large warehouse there. Let's put a large underground, let's put an underground pile in some of these places as well. Can I build above something like an underground pile with like a platform over it of some kind? Vicky would like to have a car refund. Did not act as described. I think the car did act as described. I think that ultimately the HGV driver didn't act as described. I think that's the problem, Lurican. We're doing good, thank you, buddy. How are you doing? Good to see you too, Small Mike. The Timberborn is going well. Lovely to see you. Overhangs will let me build over it. Okay, awesome. So if I put this down, I can put one for planks. Just why is there one tiny tree here? This. How are you, Lyrican? You're doing good? Good to see you. The beavers almost like they're a happiness 13, which is pretty good going, I think. I feel like we're doing a good job for our beavers right now. We've been messing around with water physics, so I'm not exactly being what I would call a responsible, you know, landowner, but hey, we're having fun and that's what matters. If I wanted, we've got 12 unemployed. This might be ridiculous for what I want to do, but fine. I'm going to do this. Put in a ladder here. A ladder here. Go from there. The nice thing is we managed to set it up so that the beavers' names are automatically named from what we've got, like people we've got in chat who are forming the name groups. Why is this too high? Okay, we did manage to save all of our carrots and stuff. They've all been replanted. Hello. So these guys are working pretty much flat out to put fluid into this area. So what happens if I just made more fluid dumps? Like five more fluid dumps. How's that going to affect the flow? What do we think, chat? Hello, Bailey. How are you? Who's a sweet cat? Should we put the cat cam on? Well, I think we should. Yeah, look at this. It's a baby boy. Hello. And now they're churning water out into this system to flood the area that I didn't really need or ask for, but hey, we're claiming anyway. Is it not? Go down to layer 1. Okay, not level 1. Why are you not connecting? Did I put the ladders the wrong way around or something? I think I might have done. I genuinely think that I put the ladders the wrong way around. Easily done. Very silly of me. Put them sideways instead. Oh, and now those are, weirdly, all connected up. Who would have guessed? Look at our boy. I know. He loves those bags. I just left them there and he was like, oh, okay, I'm going to live here now. This is my house. We are going to put potatoes, grilled potatoes specifically, and you can store logs. Oh, bless you. We'll put another underground pile here and here and here. One of these can store planks. Actually, no, we'll only put 2 down. We'll probably need more warehouses instead. We're going to have a glut of new settlers living here. Let's think about what else we need here. We are going to need We're going to need resources. We're going to focus on wood cutting first. Wood cutting is the primary objective of the beaver colony. We also need a level of food production. That's very doable. We've got a bunch of berry bushes that are very gatherable here. This one can store berries in it. This one can store gears. We will need water storage. No, that won't work. Let's do storage, medium tank. Delete that bit of the path. We need to get rid of this one little tree here. It's in the way. We can then build a water pump in here, so we actually have a water supply in the area. Big yawn. Oh, okay. Did you realize? Oh, okay, you want to go for a snack now? I just configure the camera and he decides that he's hungry. Hilariously like him. Okay, that will select berries. That will get gears. That will get planks. This is going to get logs. You can be freed up from the burdens of the workforce for now. How many have we got living in here? Decent a number of people, actually. Be lonely with me. Do this. Water. Okay, so we need some form of well-being benefits here as well. Water, so well-being. Oh, we need to access the roof first. So up here, we can put well-being. We can put a rooftop terrace or two for this section. We can put in some teeth grindstones. We can put in a couple of medical beds on this side. Add in paths and structures. I'll get rid of that one. We'll mirror this so that we can do shrubs in the middle as well. Well-being needs a teeth grindstone on this side. And we want a medical bed on this side. The path in. So the path means that they can access those. That means on these other ones, we can put these. Not connected to any district by paths. That's because I didn't put a path in down here. If I really needed to, I could also do water storage on top of here. There we go. Look at this. Now we're building with water. We're a bit low on gears and planks and logs and stuff, but hey, we're still processing through. This can be used for storing water. So can this. So we've got food production here, we've got water production here, we've got beds, we've got everything I think we need. I feel like I'm missing something, but hey. We're going to need a district crossing if we're going to do another district. Why do I want this district to end? I want it to end about here-ish. There we go. That will build. That's the sound of letting go, playing through the stereo. Okay, that's now separated. If I connect this up here... Can I auto-migrate? Wait, they should automatically emigrate. That's what that was saying, but I don't know if they actually will. So you have 48 beds and 14 vacancies. So we need a minimum of 14 jobs over here to maintain the settlement. These guys will now import and export stuff from each other, basically. So hopefully we can export logs from here, import planks, and process everything through in the normal way. It's kind of my hope. And then on this side, what do we have? Do we have vacancies? 0 vacancies, 0 unemployed. This is working surprisingly okay. We're also slowly and actually filling up this side, which is kind of wild. Flood. Chat, the great flooding is happening. Hello, Worse Weasel. How are you, buddy? Good to see you. We are indeed flooding this whole area. It's not very flooded yet, but it's enough. It's working, you know. Oh, wait, I forgot to do this. This was kind of the whole goal of doing this, and we definitely didn't forget. Oh, goddamn. So the drought's going to hit in the morning. We will likely lose most of this water, but we need it to make sure that things don't flood in the same way they were. Glad you're enjoying the music. Nice and relaxed and chill. So up to 0.5 and try and retain water. Try and keep the water here. Just how quickly, the real question is how quickly will this all dry out? The drought's going to last us 24 hours. But we haven't got a huge amount of water saved up. That's kind of a problem. So, we can't drain the system too quickly. Oh, the ads are here, chat. I'll be right back. Matt, I'm watching you. If you choose to riot, we're going to have a problem, okay? There will be a problem, Matt, if you choose to riot. If you choose to riot and you don't invite me, that's just rude. That's very rude. I should be invited to any riot that's taking place on my channel. Thank you, and good night. There you go. Put some more water into the system, and now that this is up, this will hopefully mean that I can keep all the water in this system if I just flood this one through. I don't really need these floodgates anymore, but they basically just provide an extra stage where the water is being kept. The main thing that we need to make sure we do is just make sure that we keep flushing water through our crops and keep our crops alive so we can keep our food source up. But apparently we don't have any water saved up in our pumps. So I should probably stop doing this. No, don't you start a riot. Did I not get the fly? No, you have to make sure that I've RSVP'd before you start rioting. Come on, that's just not fair. Okay, so this area up here has survived for, so far, about a day while still flooded. This water here ran out very, very quickly. Like, this water here drains fast, but that's mostly because it's where most of our water supply comes from. So these guys can pump the water out of here into water storage for our people, and then we can basically just release the water in small bursts if I need to, like this. And then just basically allow a small amount of water back into the system. If I really need to, I could do this and completely close off that system so it just is used whenever we need water. And I'm just manually controlling when it's needed. And that's what automation would be good for. I could say whenever this gets to 0, lower this by 1 increment, for example. So that, because that's about to be dry. If I do that, flood amount of water into the levees again. The water up here is gone. These guys have got what's left in this small amount. Because we've closed off here, it's not flowing out too rapidly. But that's making its way upstream. We've got 1 day left of the drought, so there's now no water coming back in here. These now need to be paused. So there is now no new water re-entering our system. We need to be very careful how we manage the last day of water. Because this is getting drunk by all of our people. I think people here will likely be starting to run out if I don't manage this water well. We've still got a little bit of water left here, but this is about to dry up. In fact, this has dried up here. So there's no new water entering this system. Don't start riot. I've asked you very kindly not to start riots. Okay, look. So we'll allow a flush of some more water to come in. So this is now at 0.5. Anything above 0.5, we're not getting any water. This is keeping all of our trees alive still, so these reservoirs are working nicely. Down to 0.35 with 0.7 days remaining. The nice bit is that we know that up here is like the large amount of water that we have managed to pump in up here has worked really well. So this is all still flooded and has stayed flooded. Some of this may dry up and we have to repeat it, but it's cleared the area for us massively. An organized riot is just a protest. I guess you're not fundamentally wrong. How quickly will this die out? 2 days? 2 days? 0.9 days? 0.7 days? Okay. Go down to 0.2 and start flooding the field again. It's nighttime, so it shouldn't get pumped out overnight. Thank you for playing this game. You had your doubts, but now you know this game is not for you. Watching on stream is enough. Well, I'm really glad, Royal Icing. That's one of the advantages of being able to do this, is that sometimes there'll be a game that, you know what, actually I'm okay with. And you won't need to. Okay, so everything here is dried out. If I go to 0 here, I go to 0... and I take this down to 0. Does that give us enough water to flood? To fill up that bottom area first. Nope, I don't actually think it will. So we've probably lost the Spadadoc harvest here. Dies in 1 day, dies in 0.2 days. Oh. Okay, so that is actually slowly... that might actually save our Spadadoc. Potatoes have got 0.3 days left on them. The Spadadoc up here is 0.2 days, 0.7 days. Okay, so what I've learned is that this up here is going to work really well, but I just need to pump more water into the system. More water is the answer. Although if I bring that down to... No, I need to leave that flooded. We just need to get this started up again. That's what we need. I need to start putting fluid back into this system. If we can allow a surge wave to push down and reflood these fields, because 0.2 days. Oh, we might manage it. We might. There might be a couple of lost plants in here, but we might actually manage. The water is now coming in through this part of the system, which is nice. This we can start to reflood. Refill these up to 1 meter. Let's start these all pumping again. It is a little bit unnecessary. You are correct, chat. It's very unnecessary, but it's also very fun just to mess around with fluid physics. We do need to get some more water into this side soon. It is drying up. But I think we're getting there. The water has pushed through from this side. It will join in here. This will all flow through. I think we could do some up water fluid management as well to really manage this better. I think that a big goal might actually need to be building a district to somehow manage up here to create another water flow source that we control. Whether I put a district up here, for example, and migrate some beavers onto the Badlands. The issue will be up here is there's no way for them to grow food, so I'm going to have to clear the wood first. Maybe even make a district up here on the corner that's separate, and I use that to send the beavers across here and turn this into basically a lake town up here. He pauses and unpauses the building. Oh, sweet. Thank you. If I close that, then all of the water should massively reflow into our system, which will be nice. I put that at 9.5. 9.5. Once that flow is full, they'll actually start flooding up again, which will be nice. Look, we're refilling our reservoirs again, chat. It's working. We're doing it. Can you explain how water is getting to as well? Yes, so basically, I'm doing it in a really horrible way. I'm pumping water in through a water pump up into these tanks. This is used for drinking from, this is used for everything. And then you take the stuff that's in these tanks, and these tanks are getting pumped into this fluid dump that's dumping it into my reservoir. MD, hello, welcome on in. Lovely to see you. You were playing Pokopia. How are you? Welcome on in, Raiders. It is lovely to see all of you. You guys are awesome. MD, Pokopia, very, very good game from what I've seen. Animal Crossing and kind of Pokemon, which is a pretty good blend. Hello, welcome on in, all of you. For those of you who don't know, my name is Kronos. I've been streaming here for 10 months. My background on Twitch has been moderating, so I've been moderating on Twitch now for about 10 years. And now I kind of play games here online, talk about some kind of legal related matters or kind of policy matters, because my background before this was consumer protection law and compliance. So, you know, I'm always open to any kind of weird questions, but yeah, we just kind of like to chill. We're a very kind of laid back community here, very kind of positivity first. You may have stolen this raid thanks to the title. Well, thank you, Phoebus. Welcome on in, everybody. As some of you may know, tomorrow into Friday, I will be doing my birthday subathon. My birthday is on Friday. It is something I've been looking forward to for a while. Am I a Twitch partner? I am indeed a Twitch partner, but I've moderated on Twitch for 10 years. Twitch mod is its own thing. So my background was moderating, and then I became a streamer, and now I abuse my mods, which I think is my right after 10 years. I think that's right. It is indeed my birthday on Friday. Yes, every year. Yeah, I think that's how birthdays work. Yeah, so I'm going to start tomorrow, and I will be streaming into Friday. Up to 24 hours is basically the plan. So likely the 12-hour mark of the stream will be when my birthday starts for me. But, you know, look at me streamerizing. It's wild. I did promise people last year that I would do a subathon for my birthday. So welcome in, all of you. Thank you all very much for being here. Great to see you, and thank you for raiding in, MD. I completely understand, MD, if you have to shoot off, you know. Sometimes I stream while I moderate. Thank you, Winky. Hopefully I will see you on Friday. Okay, I wasn't paying attention, and something happened. Unfortunately, this all dried out, but hey, we've managed. What's been going on? Just overnight, it seems to have run out. How are you guys doing? You'll be here? I'll look forward to it, Winky. One of the things on there obviously does include you in certain ways, so, you know. You really need to go to the lane and walk, doggo. I was thinking of going to the gym and do cardio and play Pokopia. Oh my... After the stream, I've got a couple of meetings and I'm going to pass out on the sofa. That's my plan. Lovely to rate. No, thank you very much for being here, MD. I really appreciate it. I hope that you have a great rest of your day. I always appreciate you, MD. I'll speak to you soon. Hope that you have a lovely doggo walk. Building a chair on stream, that would be Winky's special. Well, no, Winky's specialty is sitting in the chair. I wouldn't want to take that away from Winky. Yeah, I should be able to open this one up fully now to flood the river from both sides. We can raise this up to 0.9 to keep the flow of the water going. And because we need industry, this can start to flow again. I feel like some of the better valves might be more useful. Like, what a throttling valve can mean that we can slow down the water outwards. But a fill valve would mean that we can regulate the downstream water levels. If we want to make the water level lower downstream, we can. There's loads of things, but yeah, definitely. Sorry, you are correct. Definitely go and follow. And did the shout out not work? Meant to do a shout out. No, maybe I broke that. Phoebus, are you getting paid? Phoebus is getting paid commission, but yeah, definitely go and give MD a follow because she does some awesome cozy content, really wonderful, and I've raided her before. Some of you will know who she is. You know, some of you will have seen the raids that we've done before where we've gone to visit MD. Absolutely lovely every single time. So I think you guys would really enjoy. If I do down to 0.5 in there and 0.5 here, you'll keep a minimum level of water in there at all times. I feel like I should employ a bunch of people to do more water hauling. Let's do this. Then, if I do paths, then also do this district management hauling post, we can put down one of these here. This can be set to low priority work placement with 10 slots. We've got 27 itinerant workers who are not efficiently working for the good of beaver kind. So we're going to make 2 of these hauling posts to help with the water hauling. feel like we might need to put more water haulers up here too. We have 3 people who don't work up here, so that's, you're right, 3 more water pumps. Actually, no, we'll do 2. I'll put 2 more in. These guys have done pretty well for themselves so far. We're pretty stable. We've got gears, berries, planks, logs, grilled potatoes. We're doing pretty good. Given that these guys' only real job was to make this floodgate, I think they're doing very well for themselves. Yeah, Prince Leia, I can see that. I have a small amount of experience with that. Could you send me a message on Discord potentially? It's probably a conversation to have over Discord rather than Twitch Whispers. Let me see what I can do. I can't promise anything, but I can definitely listen. I can definitely help. If you use ! Discord, you'll get my Discord server. I'm in that, or I'm just Kronos VII on Discord, but I'm more than happy to help out if I can. Like I said, I can't promise anything, but at the very least, I'm happy to listen and see what we can do. Not a nice position to be in, so I understand that. I understand. The internet is a place, chat. The internet is a place. It's why I'm glad that pretty much anybody who is here, I know will not be the kind of person who's carrying out kind of the shitty behaviors that we see online every day. But I just want to let you guys know how pleased and how happy I am that you guys are here and have found this channel, because you guys are great, and I couldn't ask for a better community. I am very, very lucky to have you guys. You guys rock. Are you helping people out of the goodness of your heart again? No. No, Zaphiroth, I wouldn't be helping people. What do you mean? I've got a reputation to upkeep as being, you know, tyrannical and awful and being the worst thing to happen online since sliced bread. Because I'm British and also worked in law. I'm 100% evil. What are you talking about? You can't prove anything, Zaphiroth. What's wrong with sliced bread? I don't know if you know this, but sliced bread is actually not its natural form. You have to put the bread through a very painful, serious medical procedure in order to get the bread into that state. And often nobody asks the bread if that's what it wants. You see, you might not be aware of it, but you might have been perpetuating bread-on-bread violence all of this time and not known it. It's very difficult, and I'm very sorry to hear that from all of you. It's truly challenging. Sometimes bread-on-bread violence is, it goes unseen, but we're here for you. British people are the most lovely people. We're just busy. We're lovely because we want your cultural artifacts, but don't know how to ask for them. That's what it is. That's definitely what's going on. Nothing else. No, at the end of the day, chat, like I've said before, if I can help, I will try to. I don't have unlimited, you know, mental spoons. I don't have unlimited energy, but if it's something I can help with, I will try to do so more often than not, just because I know what it's like to deal with certain things by yourself. Not nice. We've all been there. Yeah, bread on bread violence. Yeah, sliced bread. Oh, crumbs. Nice one, Sindri. Thank you for that. Oh, good job, buddy. Oh, crumbs. Thank you. Oh, Zaf, I don't think any of us have power, don't worry. It's those bulky goods in a warehouse. What's a warehouse pile versus an underground? Oh, the warehouse pile is bigger than the underground pile. My bad. I didn't pay attention to that. I just kind of went straight in with the underground pile. Whoops. Whoopsie. I do know. I appreciate that, Balthazar. Are you not able to get water up to these? Or is this just full? Not quite full yet. A little more time. You guys hungry? No, we've got plenty of grilled potatoes. You guys are just being potatoes. Right, we need to make something to get treated wood, because at some point we're going to need to be able to make that. That needs quite a lot of electricity to flow, though. And that's a bit of an issue, because we don't actually have a huge amount of power flow. I may need to do a couple of water wheels here. Power. It might need to be a couple of them in, like, series. We're gonna need 3 of these to work. So, I think there's a loss of power if you have them in sequence, though, isn't there? Because they slow the water down itself. Is that not what happens? Hey, 10 raiders from Steinberg. Welcome on in. Thank you very much for the raid. For those of you who don't know, I was lucky enough to be on the Steinberg Creator Deep Dive podcast last Wednesday, so maybe it's Steinberg again. Maybe it is Steinberg 2, the N creatoring. Hello, raiders. Welcome on in. How are you doing? It's lovely to see you. Steinberg, an excellent company. If those of you who don't know them, they do some of the best audio in the world. A lot of what if you do work in audio, likely came from Steinberg. So, you know, respect for where we've come from, kind of thing. Very important. Hello, hello. Steinberg 2 Electric Boogaloo. Amazing. Why are you not flowing? I might need a different kind of valve down the bottom. Or I might need different kind of valves at the top to have throttling valves in. Having a bit of a strunk. But both of those need metal. Which are a problem because I haven't got metal yet. That should maybe be the next focus. They are slowly... Once they clear this, we'll have access to this. So I'll probably put metal production down here. And into here, because this will be really good for metal production. This will be great for making fast-flowing water wheels. If I block off this dam... because that'll backfill all of the water around here and turn this one going faster. Damn, this is working really well. We're really flooding this area again. Nice. Zero. That's at 1. Ah. The Mr. Gregel's Steinberg transition. Wow. We can't show that on stream. Please be aware, because that would in fact bankrupt us. The special effects budget just isn't that high. But I'm glad that you can enjoy it from time to time. Thank you very much, Greg, for sharing it with the class. You know, not something that we can afford to do here very often, because those kind of animated scenes, you know, just, they don't always work. Okay, why is the water just not leaving? Pulling water from somewhere else? How many in is this? It's 1, 2, 3, 4 in. Plus whatever's up here. 5 flows in. I feel like if I put a dam across here, it might work. This could be a really bad idea. We might flood our entire base doing it. But it could also be fun. I think if I do it this way, put a levee on the end, I think this will mean that the priority flow of water will end up coming down my path when I want it to. This might work. It takes 5 beavers on wheels to power the computer for those animations. I've only got 6 spare beavers. That's all of them. We can't afford that. We just can't do that to ourselves. Thought this through. You love water physics, you at the beach. I love, oh great, this is what I enjoy. Like, I'll be honest with you, if I had the ability to, I'd be in God mode right now, just messing around with the water physics and playing around with what the map did. Because I'd love to know if in this area around here, currently the water flows out here and you can't really see it during the day, but it flows down here and under here. If I cut off this line here, suddenly the water comes round this at speed, up here at pace, picks up my flow from here and rushes down this way. So I would be messing around with all of that. Seeing just quite how torrential we can make the flow of water out of the map at the far end. Because pressure is fun. Pressure is one of the strongest forces in physics. And I think it would be neat to mess around with it, you know? Hello? What's going on? Are you a smaller goblin? You are a goblin. That's why I need to fix the camera. Is that your bag? Yeah, is that your Warhammer bag now? I give you this. Would you like this? It's yours. That's yours. Yeah. Sorry, is my knee in the way? Yeah, it is. There we go. Yeah, let me make sure your tail's nowhere near me. Hello. That's his spider. He loves his spider. You love your spider, don't you? Yeah. Okay. Oh, you want more fuss. Okay. You gonna go look at your food bowl, or are you asking me for a cuddle? It's too early for cuddles, B. Too early for cuddles. Catman, he is special. He's an excellent cat. He is my son. I love him. What else? How else am I going to treat him with anything but love? Torrential flood. I don't actually know if this will work. That's what I'm impressed about. Because realistically, if I could force the water to flow straight through here in a straight line, I definitely should. Well, it's bringing out 150. It won't necessarily be as productive, but hey. Worst case scenario, I can always connect a wind turbine onto it and use that as an extra bit of support. Are you back? Is that what you're doing, B? Is that the plan? This is a natural, well, a natural channel in the map came with this installed. So currently most of the flow is heading down this way. This is what I want to try and impede. I want to try and force the flow to be going down this way. The dam will hopefully cause enough of a blockage to do that, but I'm not entirely certain. How are we for planks? We need to get our plank production rolling. Most of that's being held up by the water supply. If we fix this water supply problem with the this system, we should be good. I'm slightly worried about this forcing too much water into the system. How full is this? How's this doing? Okay, we're going. It's going quite well. Okay, we need to put a little... I need to put... I'm not convinced about up here, which is why I want to put levees up here. We'll build one levee up there. I'll build another one up afterwards. That will be nicely walled off. They'll make my nice little platforms here so I can control all of these. And I'll destroy the dams behind them. Removing the path first is the bit that I always try and forget, but I never let me. That way they can reclaim those logs that I just spent, you know, doing that. Hey, these are now turning. So if I now complete the project and make a levee across it, it might actually work even better. As you see, this is now diverting the water in a far more horizontal way. There is still a certain amount of water being lost going downstream, but if I build levees or floodgates, I can probably manage that as well. So we can use this to basically control all of our water supply. So I can just build floodgates the entire length now. Oh no, what a shame. Floodgates everywhere. If we do paths, a ladder here, we delete this ladder and then put another levee in there, and I now have 2 gates of 4 sizes. So if I cut it down if I open this gate, it will drag the water flow rapidly down here. If I open this gate, the water will come horizontally and then bounce off of here and push this way. And if I close both of these, the water will all get funneled through into my base. It's almost like I've planned it. And I don't really know that it's going to work. Thank you, Lisa. I will go and accept that now. Okay, it's telling me that I haven't accepted it and that the friend request failed, but it seems to have, Discord's having a moment. It seems to have worked. Fine. Hello, welcome back, Ruchi. Hello, Bailey. Sorry, let me move these things. I don't want you to try eating the Warhammer. My bad. I forgot about this again because ADHD is rough. Cat cam off. Desk cam on. Hi. Hello. Who's a nice kitten? Yeah, you're a good kitten. John O'Clock, thank you very much for the 100 bits for B. Hi. Oh, chat, the ads are going to start in 15 seconds. I'm just going to go and make sure that B isn't asking me for food or anything. Do my last set of stretches for the day, and then I will be right back. So thank you all very much. As a reminder, I take a break here, so I normally, where the ads are, I stop so that people don't miss out on any content. This means I can go do my physio stretches because I am unfortunately crippled. I have a broken spine. Yeah, this is Bailey. He's 16 years old. He's adorable. And I will be right back. Oh, let me move the camera as well. There you go. He's settled right down to sleep. That's what he likes to do. This is what he does. He's a really excellent cat. I'm really, really lucky for him. He looks like a 5-year-old boy. He does. Honestly, I wouldn't, if I didn't know that he was 16 from his owners and stuff, I wouldn't believe it personally. He's a really great cat. He's just so loving. He's a bit of a gremlin sometimes, but aren't all cats? That's kind of the point. But here you go. There you go. So welcome back after the ads. Yeah, we've been looking after him quite a lot. He's been doing fairly well. Thank you, Ruchi. So that's now at 1. So if I close this off a little bit more, that's going to push even more water down this way. If I close it off entirely, all of the water should go that way. So it's not quite producing at full speed, but it is still producing. 60%. Oh, does it only produce when it's at full? That'll be a problem. What we will probably need then is power. Wind turbines. Statistically, cats are living much longer, and a couple of years ago, a Japanese lab found a cure for the disorder of cats developed from not drinking enough. That's going to be great. We need more power. Pull the lever, Crunk. How are we for food? We're still fine on food. We're getting a little bit low. Our stock's starting to slip. We should probably start some more food production. Let me make another farm. Food. Let's see, an efficient farmhouse. Except if I'm smart about this, I could make a large warehouse. I could make a medium warehouse next to it with a road that runs around the back of them both. On the roof of this, I can put another road. Up here, I can put the efficient farmhouse. Oh, I don't even need to put that there. Interesting. Okay, let's delete this. Delete this ladder, because the entrance of the efficient farmhouse wasn't where I thought it was. It's somewhere even more convenient, which is even better than I planned. A road there, giving access to the efficient farmhouse. You will grow wheat. I would like to start growing something that's a bit more exciting. Wheat. So, the medium warehouse can store the wheat. The large warehouse, we're going to want to store the corn. No, the not corn, wheat flour. That's the one. That's what I'm looking for. And then we need to turn that. We need a grist mill to turn the roots and seeds into the flour. Means we made 2 of these ladders to get up there, which is great. That will turn, so that's flour, and then we'll need the final step is to bake that flour into food, which is done in a bakery, funnily enough. Which we can put on top of this building here. And then we make another set of ladders up there. Maybe not the most efficient one, this one, to be fair. Oh no, it's only 2 high, that's fine. That's the entire setup done for that. Now, I know that I can also put down beehives, if I recall correctly. But there's a chance of bee stings, and I don't have paper. Now, do I have everything I need for these? I have gears, planks, etc. Gears and planks all done. Nice. Yes, we are good for everything. That's all doable. Cat drinking became a problem because of this sort of dry food. Most of the water is ingested back in the day came from prey, so I make sure B gets mostly wet food. He does have dry food when he wants it, but he prefers wet food most of the time. Okay, so yeah, our water changes are definitely working. Look at the power output of the wheels. Now we're cooking, chat. We could just have a series of these water wheels all the way down and we would be churning out water. B basically gets a predominantly wet diet. That's the way he's always had it. It's what he prefers, so that's generally what I do. So I'm hopeful that will give him a good few years, because previously he was on dry food mostly, and I just don't think that's that good for him. You're waiting for more Spadadoc, aren't you? The line of wheels is a common strategy for power. I can see why. That said, I can just use this power linkage now to supply a whole bunch of areas with power on both sides of the river, so I'm not too concerned. If I do this as well. Oh, wait, no, that did need that path. My bad. My bad, haulers, I'm sorry. The hauling union is angry with me. So you're making treated planks. You don't have anywhere to store them. You should accept treated planks. They can be shipped over to this side of the districts. Because I feel like I'll need the treated planks mostly for storing Ooh. We could probably do some plank creation over here. We do need to get rid, unfortunately, of these berry bushes, though. $11 by 11. What a lovely square. My cat mostly eats dry food by choice. They hate wet food, but have a non-stop fountain for water. So I think it depends. I think the cats will learn depending on what they're young. Like, B won't eat any other... Like, he'll eat one dry food that I found for him that he has. That's the super adult, like, expensive royal cat king prince brand. Whatever it is. I can never remember its name now. Is this filling up? I still can't really tell. I think the drainage from this is just fast enough that it can't actually be pumped in. It's requiring constant in-pumping to keep it from draining. But we're very nearly ready to kill off all of these birches, etc., which is good. I'm going to cut this off now to build up more of a water supply. We've got lots of logs, not very many planks. That comes down to the power thing again, though, so... We're about 1.3 days away from our next long drought, which could be a problem. This is not a bad tide. That would be much more of a problem. My one wide channel is making it evaporate so fast? Is that what happens? No recipe? What are you meant to be? Oh, you need to be told to make wheat flour, don't you? No staff, that's fine. Unconnected? I thought that you had a... Oh, it's because it's not been made yet. That's why. The thing lacks power. Ah. The grist mill needs power. That's a problem. How much power does it need? Where can I see how much power it needs? What are you doing, Zapharoth? Zapharoth being sus. Grist mill is 60 horsepower. Damn. Demolish buildings and resources. It's all of these. Do that. The grist mill can then be connected to the wood workshop because that's also powered, so that's what I need to do. I'll just need to wait for them to clear that. This is a custom map. Yeah, someone in the community recommended this as a good map to kind of go from start to finish on before moving to the Iron Teeth. Because apparently as you start off, it's quite easy, but as you go through and get to other stages, it gets harder and harder as it progresses by the nature of what it is that you're encountering. I also haven't made it easy for myself by just messing around with flooding these fields for fun. But yeah, so this cross is actually part of the map. That filled up really fast. Okay, so actually we are good on this. I might... How quickly is this filling up? Because that's at about a 6. Not a problem, bud. Happy to help. Happy to answer the question. How are we doing for storage of there you go, 15 treated planks have made it across the border. Is this storage full? Nope. Just producing it at the rate it's doing it. Clear all of this. B is fast asleep. Okay, those are both cut off, so our water inflow is now stopped. That's stored. Let's store this water. As the water drains, we probably want to keep some of this in here, so let's try and pause that for a second. We're going to have to see if we can outlast this one. A 2-day drought, so it's not the worst one we've ever had. Oh, that's a awful shape for what we need here. I don't even think you can walk next to these, can you? Oh yeah, we can. Fine. I thought that was going to be a problem. And then we're going to need a platform. Why is there... What? I don't remember doing that. That's my bad. Lancing, we know we need parts and structures, a platform. We can place a platform in here. We can put a vertical unit on it. Oh, I'm very sorry, Arathon. Sometimes you will have to, yeah, you'll have to choose the stream that you wanna watch. It's the nature of it. Also, you know, speaking of streams, that's what we're dealing with right now. We're dealing with probably even rivers, in fact. On the bright side, all of this water here can get diverted into our base. So actually, if I do this, I don't want it to flow back upwards. It might get drained out that way, which we don't want. The issue we had last time was that these caused a big problem, so I might just stop these buildings for a while. Leave those two just keeping a small amount of water in. Luckily, this is so much more flooded. Like last time we had like maybe 10% of this covered by water. This time we're talking like 50% of this block covered in water. So one of those tides has been enough to store up quite a bit. We could use to flood if we need to. Because remember, I can always let this kind of... let a small amount of water out through these onto this, like that, just to keep this water level topped up. And this is our water, this is our drinking water. So that's basically the reservoir system working in action. I'm just going to raise that up. We might need to expand our workforce as well. The issue we now have is that we're obviously out of workers, not workers, we're out of production because we're out of power. While these wind turbines can turn, they're not going to do a huge amount right now, it seems. But if I raise that up fully, I can then use this to start trickling water down into our settlement. So you see that water is then flooding in downwards. .85. So we've got this at 0.2. So this will be our priority. There'll be 20 centimeters of water from the bottom of this. After that, it will start flooding over into here, which means that these can all keep water maintenance going when they need to. But right now, they don't need to. They're full of water. We've got full water saved up. And we're halfway through the first day of our drought. This water will drain through and start running out up here first, I think. We can go into a speed time again and see. Yep, Twitch says only 2 tabs allowed in Chrome. Before, like, soon won't even allow that. Yeah, so what Winky discovered earlier was that if you mute a tab like you used to in a Chrome and then switch to another tab to listen, it'll automatically pause it now. Which is a new change that Chrome have implemented. The new one. Yeah. Well, I think Winky found that it was happening, and then people found out that it was from Chrome. You lost all your streaks because they didn't tell you this? Yeah, it's, I'm really sorry, Ruchi. I'm very sorry, bud. You lost streak on a chat you were actively chatting in? What? That's weird. Zephron, apparently it's already over on Firefox, if I recall, from what Winky was saying. Okay, so I'm glad I trapped that water in. This is now flowed out. That means this will drain pretty soon up here. Which is basically, I just want to monitor how much water we maintain in our settlements throughout this drought, which is a 2-day drought. So up here is now dry. So our damming system here has retained water rather than cost us water, which is good to know. And it means that at the start of the drought, we should shut off both of these so that we can take advantage of all of this water in our system. Because this is blocked off, this is blocked off, and this is all ours as well. So this is actually all water we've saved. So I can actually pull from this. If I really need to, I could open both of these floodgates and absolutely flood this system down. If there was ever like a complete bad water flood, that's what I would do. And we're only pumping a small amount of water in to replace what's being lost from this. You have Thor's stream open, it's not paused. It might be that it hasn't gone to you. It might be that yours hasn't updated yet. I don't necessarily know what it was, but I know that people who are smarter than me have substantially tested it. So very difficult to know for sure. Okay, so this is starting to dry out down here. This channel dried out, which means that downstream is dried out. We've got 0.3 days left, and I want to see if any of our beds go dry from just completely like zero management of the water. Just leave that at 0.85 the entire time. Once I leave this slower. So the drought ends in 0.1 day. So what will happen, first of all, will be that this will flood out of here. Water will come down. Enter the system immediately, entering our system. So we are the priority for receiving water. If I open this now... You see how this automatically will flow down here? And because we've got the priority of this entire system, it is ours. I could have grabbed this one as well. God damn. Or if I'm clever, I could grab only this one and flow it into here. Ooh. Who needs pumps if I can just make it flow directly into our base, right? That could be a thing. There you go. We've got our power flowing massively again. This is blocked off at the moment, so I should probably open this. Because otherwise that would have backfilled our entire base. Let's put it up at 0.7 so that we can be sure to get enough water through. That's got pushing a big wave through here. So I think we can then unpause these and we can get our water flowing again. Goddamn, I think we could actually make a goddamn by build. If I'm smart and we manage this properly, I think we could build a levee system that conveys this like an aqueduct into our base so that we actually just have permanent water supply if we want it. And then we could just put a floodgate to bring it offwards. So I think that I might actually mess around with that next. Oh, this is actually slightly flooded. If I put that at 0, and then can I raise this one back up, or does it still flood again? You know, right, this is a map that I was recommended by a community member and friend of mine. It is called Greenfold Basin. I can give you guys a link if you'd like. It is this. Right, when this system is full at 0.8 capacity, it should be flowing into here. Let's water. It's time to water. It failed. Okay, it's called Greenfold Basin. Greenfold is one word. Do this. Wood. Lumberjack flag. Build 2 of these. And then let's set this. Cut trees. Let's cut this so we can get access to this. Let's leave these alone. For now. Let's build another levee here. Green fault, exactly, there we go. We're going to need to be quite careful so I don't mess this up. So let's do this. Make the steps down. We've got steps down on this side. Okay, so we'll need to be careful about how we manage this. Flood this area. My basic goal is to cause... You know how some of you might know the game Battlefield, right? Most of you will have heard of it. There is the map in Battlefield, I think it's 4, where you can level a dam and it will flood the entire area below it. That's what I'm aiming for. If you're wondering what it is that Kronos is trying to do, that's what it is. Ooh, these are churning out power. I love this. You haven't got power yet because I haven't sorted out your power. That's why. Let me do this now. Power. We need a... Where are we going to do it from? That's a good question. We'll do it up here. We want a power shaft, a vertical power shaft that we need to unlock. Another vertical power shaft there. That's all connected. And then we can do... Ah. That's not going to work either. Why am I overcomplicating it? Why not just get rid of the road? Silly Kronos. Silly. Simple answer better. Simple answer good. Grist mill. Make wheat flour. How are we doing on wheat? We haven't actually done our first harvest yet. 66%. So we're fine still. Be so cute when EP. He is very EP and he is very sweet, isn't he? Okay, so we've completely killed that area off from flooding. Perfect. We're definitely not evil. Levy, take that. We will take this, and then we'll just do this. Okay, how are we going to want to make this work? So we need to have the option of keeping this open or shut still. So they still need to have access to this. We don't actually need to have anything more than... We could even have floodgates on the other side. If I just made another set of double high floodgates to funnel it, that would potentially work. Imagine if I made floodgates across this. When I reduce this to 0, that's only 1 high, or is that 2 high? Yeah. So if I flood this, it'll actually flood into the system, so the water would flood through this floodgate into the system. I won't even need these pumps anymore. It'll be flooded from this water source that I can control and just push into here. It's doing that by default anyway. All I just need to do is fence off here so it doesn't go into here. So all of this will just constantly be flowing into my base. It's actually, it genuinely seems like it might actually be doable. And I just need to put a levee up top to prevent this from overflowing at any point this way. As long as they can move this, which I don't see why they couldn't. Prioritize this task. Time to beaver. Exactly. I should probably also put levees in so I'm not flooding my own home. Put another levee in here. Okay, let's see what's doable. Let's not make it flood into the base by default. Let's make the seawall like system first, the wall system first, and then we'll let it flood afterwards. How about that? We'll put the levees first before we do anything else as well. That'll help for the water flow. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. The ladder is quite good. I'm also very much enjoying Timberborn still. Very, very good game. Very solid. I'm pleased that we found this one a while back. Okay, now you're here. You can cut down these trees. Finally, after all this time, you're allowed to cut down those trees. You never need to collect berries, do you? We can probably clear all these berries out as well. You never use as many of them. Horrifying that many of those are there, but hey, let's also remove those. I might be committing a few small environmental issues, but in a loving and positive way, chat. Loving and positive, remember? Put a water wheel at the bottom of the waterfall. Oh, would that work, Samheim? Is that a thing? Also, thank you for the 50 bits. You just saw your own beaver, and I'm glad Crazy Power, yeah. There you go, Crazy Power 9 was born. Nice, I'm glad. Okay, so if I put a water... I mean, I'm not sure what I'm going to power with it, but... Oh, it's only going to give 25. I feel like putting one somewhere like inside this once I get it working will be great. I could just basically put like a line of them here and it will just rush this way if I want it to. Now, there will need to be an overflow system for this, so I might need to create a separate outlet somewhere that will overflow rather than going over the walls, like putting this at like 0.9. So that does, if it overflows, it'll dump it into this system rather than into onto everything else here, which we don't really want, just to be clear. What are you waiting for? Demolition done by a builder. If so, if I make more builders' huts and send a swarm of angry beavers to go and devastate the local landscape, is that a slight problem for anyone? I genuinely feel like this isn't going to work, and I don't know why. It just feels dumb. It feels real dumb. You need the planks for the final double floodgates, I think. Might you give me something? Yeah, you can tell me something in regard to the berries if you want, Marty. Sure. So these are all assembled. Wow, that flooded very, very quickly. So if I put that at 1.75, that's at 7.5. If I put that at 70, water should start coming through that once it gets full enough. Yeah, look at the rate of water movement that we've got going on. If I stop all of these pumps, that might have actually just saved us like 5 or 6 ton, like, or five, basically all of our employment. 0, 0, 0. Let's turn you off as well. Let's see what happens with this. I've left this as a gap because if it does overflow here, rather than going over the land, it should be able to, it should overflow nearer to the source of the water. That's my thoughts. If it's your only source of food, you're consuming more, but as you variety, you'll consume less. Yeah, so we've now got carrots, grilled potatoes, grilled spadadoc, and we've just started bread production. Which we may ramp up if we need to, but I need to see if this is working. That's what I need to find out most. If I put that up at 100. That's at 100. Put this at 100. No, let's put that at 90. I don't want to be silly. Oh yeah, this water level is like visibly rising. Amazing. Okay. Okay, it's like we've just turned a tap on into our base because that's what we've basically done. Wild. Like we just harnessed this one waterfall into our ridiculous reservoir system. There was no need for me to do this, by the way. I could have, like, just not done this, but hey, it was fun. If I close off this system... So if I put this at 100, this should overflow at 95. So I'm wanting to see how quickly this will fill up as a whole system. You can kind of see the lines on the wall working a bit like a fill gauge. But I don't know where the water outflow is meant to be. 100, 100. Not overflowing yet, so it's definitely flowing into the system. If I feel like it's flowing out at 0.7 somewhere, but I can't see where it might be flowing. Maybe the system is just filling slowly. Let's see how full it is. That's 8. That's 7.5. So it doesn't flow out at 7.5. Does flow out at 70. So if I leave it at 7.5, we'll see if the system is actually filling up. What's the second dam set at? What do you mean the second dam? This one? Oh, that's a what? You're right. That's a 1.75. You're very right. It's flowing out that way. Good spot, Orbital Raccoon. Well done. There you go. So that started flowing there already. If I put that up to 1, that at 95. What I want to do basically is see... is basically to be able to pause it when all of this is full. And basically to have a whole amount of like filled tanks just sitting to see how long they last without any water being added to them. The water here is slowing down and stopping, which is a good sign. So I'm going to guess that these are almost pretty much full. If I put that at 100, okay, yep, that's my bad. Okay, well that's a lesson learned. Let's not do that. We can apparently fill the system up very quickly if we want to. Okay, so that needs to be a natural water overflow. We need to be a little bit more careful when we're messing around with this system. 100% water is too much water. We don't need that much water. Okay. Chrome allows you to have 3 streams not muted and not paused, better than the 1 to 2 from recent days, but how many does Twitch count? That's the question, Arathon. Now, the ads are about to start. I'm going to get up, walk away from my desk and stretch my legs, do my feet dips and that kind of thing. I will, of course, be right back after those ads. Please make sure that you get yourself some water, grab yourself a bite to eat, stretch your back. I will be right back. If I have to look after myself, you do too. Matt, who's Jake? I only know Jacko Dude. There's no Jakes here. This is just Jacko Dude. Welcome back after the ads, everyone. I hope that you are doing well. One second, chat. Okay, chat. Unfortunately, I messed up with time zones and I have a meeting now. So we are actually going to raid a good friend of mine. We are going to raid Vicky, who some of you may know. She's a really, really awesome content creator. She's a really, really good friend of mine, helps me out a huge amount. So we are going to raid into her. Don't say. She's currently playing a narrative game, which is great fun. She's really enjoying herself. She is playing Heavy Rain, I think it's called. Heavy Rain, that's the one. Had to check the category. The raid message is going to be, we appreciate you. Give our love to Suki. This is the raid message. Nah, we're all right, Phoebus. I'm just going to do it now rather than wait an hour. So thank you all very much for being here today. I really appreciate it. If you raided in with MD, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the cheers. And I'm looking forward to seeing many of you tomorrow. Start my birthday subathon. So hopefully I will see you then. You guys are amazing. Tomorrow may very well end up being a 24-hour stream if you guys meet all the targets. Thank you very much for joining me on the raid, and let's show our love to Vicky. She is a really, really awesome creator and deserves every bit of support from all of us. So thank you all very much for today. B and I will catch you all tomorrow. Take it easy and have a great day. Bye-bye.